think.
Yes, Chair, we have just enough numbers to can start the meeting, but the quorum will still come because we can just start. There's 4 members on the platform, Chair.
Okay. I would want us to then start in that regard. Let me firstly extend my compliments of the new season to all members that have not engaged this year as we start. The committee support, the department, as well as leaders of entities that are on the platform, civil society in the form of PMG on the platform, as well as South Africans who follow the deliberations of this committee from time to time on the platforms that are made possible by Parliament for them to follow the proceedings. Of course, honorable members, this being our first meeting, it may just be important to make the point that we are starting in a year that is going to be quite demanding in terms of political programs in particular, as South Africans would be out there making their choices as we get to local government elections in the period that we expect between November and Jan next year, until, of course, a date would have been determined. But just the year itself presents that aspect. And therefore, would demand more from us, balancing our ability to take our program forward throughout the year, whilst we are also in the constituencies doing our work from different political parties, but also as members of Parliament who still have to continue to service our people. And I think in that score, in the oversight work that we do, we should really be also remembering that we do so because we are serving the people, and therefore our reports should not just be a mere compliance question, but the reports must really give us a sense of how the lived realities of our people are changed for the better through our oversight work that we do, but also on the basis of the execution that is done from the side of the executive to the department and the entities. So I just thought I should foreground the discussions today from that point so that we know we have an obligation to still stick to our oath, irrespective of how hectic the program politically would be this year. Having said so, honorable members, I would want, now that the numbers have also improved, that we deal with the formalities of conducting the meeting. Just to make it a point that the meeting is able to proceed in accordance to the rules. Honorable members and all participants on the platform, you are reminded that this is the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor in the National Assembly. And therefore the rules of the National Assembly apply in the way the committee conducts its business, especially on virtual platforms, as well have rules that govern such. Members and all participants, you are reminded that at all times we have to ensure that our mics are muted and the video camera off until at a time when you are recognized by the chairperson to speak. At that point, you would unmute your mic and proceed to unmute your video camera. In a situation where you are experiencing connectivity challenges, You will indicate for the permission of the chairperson to mute your video so as to maximize your bandwidth and then proceed to engage. Of course, from time to time, there may be those that lose connectivity and have to reconnect on the platform. Please ensure at all times as you reconnect back to the platform that your video is muted and your mic is also muted, as mics are sensitive and could therefore pick up background sounds that may disrupt the meeting. Honorable members, points of orders are allowed in terms of the rules. However, you are advised that you use your gadget to raise your hand for the chairperson to recognize you for the point of order you want to raise. And in a situation where the chair is unable to identify the hand, committee support will also assist the chair to identify the hand. Only at the time that you are recognized by the chairperson that you will then proceed to unmute your mic and your video camera, proceed to raise the point of order on which the chairperson could rule upon in terms of the rules. Of course, we are further advised not to raise unnecessary point of orders to a point where the meeting collapses on the platform. Having raised those, honorable members, as basic rules to allow engagement, I take it that would adhere to the rules as we usually do. Having said so, I'll now, for basis of confirmation, that we do have the numbers to proceed, as well as if there are apologies that would have been received by the committee support. Committee support.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to you, Chair, and all the members on the platform, and compliments of the New Year, Chair. Chair, I have received apologies from Honorable Van der Walt, who's on an oversight with basic education, higher education, and also Honorable Nkupano, who's with transport. I also received an apology from Honorable Zungula, who says that his plane is landing around this time, but he will join a bit later at the meeting. I also received, Chair, apologies from the entire Ministry of Employment and Labor, from Minister and the two deputies, as well as the acting DG. They are all attending the extended cabinet Lekgotla, Chair. Chair, those are the apologies I have at this particular moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sakasa. May I just check first with members if there are apologies that they would have wanted to place on record on their side, which may have not reached the office. So it would seem there are then no apologies. The apologies we have are the ones that have been received by the office. May I take that, given the reasons that have been given, we accept those apologies. I think as we do, I'm not sure what's happening with my video camera, whether I'm showing on the other side, but I hope the audio side is not having problems. But as I proceed, honorable members, it is just important to remind each other that we have started the process of getting the Q1 and Q2 reports. We started with the department and the SEE, where the ministry would have been here to introduce these reports. And just for the entities to also understand this point, that we've made the point that whilst we are dealing with this from a point of compliance, which is Q1 and Q2, however, they are being presented at a time when Q3 would have passed, and we are almost at the end of Q4, which is the end of the financial year. And therefore, in presenting this, it is important to give life to them in a way that also says, whilst we are reporting on this matter, whether there's improvement or ability to reach this going forward. Amongst other things, it's really the point about filling of vacancies, which the committee has been dealing with, in particular, those that are to create leadership stability, that we are expecting that the timelines that we said we must work on, which is by the end of March, that work is being done to ensure that that is achieved. And therefore getting progress from time to time on those matters gets to be quite important. So we'll continuously emphasize this point, as we'll also post our oversight. We'll be getting the last entities, which is the CF and the UIF, of which this committee has prioritized the two, given the challenges that are there, in particular, that we're able to also stabilize there. And I'm sure when we get to that point, we'll be spending time, but get a progress report. So I'm saying this to the leadership, the DG representative, as well as the entities, that as you do that presentation, please take into account this point, that we do not want to just go dry from a point of compliance, but show cause that indeed the matters that we continue to raise are receiving their attention. Of course, I have no intention of taking what would be addressed by yourselves, but really to guide that we are able to get focused. Of course, our agenda is not limited as it gets flighted. It is not limited to the report, so we'll be managing the time, because the committee also has to look at its draft program, of which it is also got an oversight that must take place next week. So we'll also want to spend a bit of time in unpacking that from a point of readiness, logistics, and so on, which will be done by the administration in this regard. So we have a packed agenda. And I want to assume, honorable members, that all members would have received the presentations well on time, and you would have gone through the presentations yourselves. For that reason, we would not be expecting to get a line-by-line presentation, but just for the presenters to lift up salient points that will help the committee shape up its contributions, but also for those that are following deliberations of the committee who may have not seen the presentations, at least be able to understand and follow the discussions based on what gets to be presented. I hope you'll take that into account when you make the presentation. So honorable members, as you can see, the first would be that briefing by the department on these quarterly reports on the CCMA, Nedlac, and Productivity South Africa. And of course, once that has happened, as we usually do, we'll then take up a discussion, clarify ourselves, make our comments, and so on. And then from there, we'll just do the consideration of minutes and then deal with the program later on. Having said so, honorable members, as we proceed, I would want to just indicate from the time point of view that we would expect that each presentation would really not go beyond 20 minutes max. If you are able to save minutes, well and good. But if you are to really give us explanations to help us understand better, do so, but understanding that it should not get beyond 20 minutes per presentation. I hope that's quite clear. As I now get to the agenda on item 1, which is then the briefing itself. We get an indication whether Sumilwa is leading the team or what, but would give to yourselves now so that you then call the presentations as they are supposed to. I hope I'm still audible to everyone and that you are able to hear that we are now calling on you to.
Yes, you are, Chair. You are audible.
Thank you, Honorable Okwele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and compliments of the new year. As a department, we just want to appreciate this opportunity to be able to come and account. We've taken cognizance of the fact that whilst we are presenting performance for Q1 and Q2, we also need to make a reflection on the activities of Q3, particularly since that has already been concluded, to enhance our presentations and also just add life, like you said, Chairperson. So we had that. And we also appreciate the fact that you guided that our presentations should be as succinct as possible without compromising the quality of information that is going to be shared. So on the platform, we've got the leaders of the entities that are going to be presenting. We've got Advocate Cameron Mohajane on call. We also have from CCMA, we've got Mr. Makuku Mampuru, the director for Nedlac, who's also on the platform, and I also saw Ms. Amelia Naidu. So those are the people that are going to be taking us through the presentations, Chair, and when necessary, they'll also introduce who is their support. So that said, and without any further waste of time, I'm going to request that in the order that has been outlined, that presentations be made, and we follow that. And let's be mindful of the time allocation. So through you, Chair, I'm going to be requesting that the CCMA takes that platform. Thank you, Chair.
CCMA, Advocate Cameron.
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee, members of the committee, the heads of entities, Ms. Moila leading us today. Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, in presenting, let me just show the video briefly because just to save your network, Chairperson, just to see it's me, I'm here. May I just mute the video with your permission?
Yeah, perfect. You can mute. We have seen you. You have not just deployed AI.
No, Nyabonga, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And then, that's our slide. I'll just direct the slide number and the assistance we have been given. I'm gonna stick to your requirements, Chair. The salient points, but with sufficient particularity. I believe it will be very clear. Let's start, Chairperson, with slide. I think I will save you time as well. Let's go to slide 3, please, which is the executive summary of the performance of the CCMA. You will see, Chairperson, on the slide, you'll see that our Q1 we've achieved 100% performance, so I will not take you through each target because they are achieved. And then in terms of Q2, we achieved a 92%. We only missed one target, which was about issues of alignment and all of that, which I will talk to Q3 in relation to that. And then that's it on performance, Q1, Q2. I submit, Chairperson, to members of the committee that the task on the strategic performance, which was approved by this committee for the Q1 and Q2, we were expected to achieve 100% on each. We achieved 100% on one. We just missed one target on Q2 due to a misalignment of that. So we're fine performance, I think we submit, Chair. Because it's still early in the quarter, the financial overview just give you a snapshot of the performance financially at that time. That will be a 46% spent on the approved budget as at that time, and then which resulted in that variable or the variance of 42 million rand, which is 7.9%. So the time difference from the first, second, now we're on the fourth quarter, it would have evened out by now. The picture looks completely different at that time. So I submit to you, Chairperson, that in terms of the favorable variance, which shows that has aligned and evened out, so there are no matters of concern that have arisen as at that time. Shall we also proceed to slide 5? Okay, the irregular expenditure I will talk to specifically. This is the picture, Chairperson, if anybody wants to see the picture. If somebody asks, what was the performance of the CCMA in Q1, Q2? That's the picture of how the Q1, Q2 looks like. See 100% on Q1, and then you see 92% on Q2. The red arrow down, it means it's below 100%. It's just that one target that I have spoken to. Shall we proceed to slide 13, please? 13. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I just want to highlight one thing, even though these are achieved, but just following the Chairperson's guidance and complying with that if there are issues of importance to highlight, we must highlight them. You will see that there's overachievement on these targets, but the one in particular I want to talk to is the job saving one, which is 2.3.1.1. We are affected, all of us, by the global movements. And I think it is now common that movements happening in the United States have affected a number of sectors, and the effect on those sectors does cause serious financial problems, which leads to companies into distress. And we run a program in the department through, presided over by the CCMA, called the TERS committee of functions. And we have seen over the quarters a surge in the number of applications due to the distress caused by these changes imposed by the United States, the 30% tariffs that have been imposed. And as a result of companies going into distress, we are put in a position where we have to respond to those applications. So I'm just noting here, Chairperson, that it be noted that there has been a surge of applications that has happened. Due to the limitation on resources, we have been unable to do a very active and proactive program of working with productivity, for example, in identifying other sectors, even those that may not have applied for assistance, and I have a strong feeling also, Chairperson, that there is also companies who may not know about TERS, that they may be assisted. I think a more aggressive campaign would have assisted. I will speak with Mr. Mampuru on my colleague also at Nedlac and also at Productivity, Ms. Naidu there, so that we discuss and see how we can have some kind of a joint program, of course, depending on if we can afford it, to just, be on a campaign to popularize and share information about the existence of TERS, to assist companies that may be in distress. But in terms of the target that have been set, we've done more on that because we understand that our people are struggling and the companies are struggling. Thank you on that. Slide 15, please. Slide 15, 15. Yeah, just a note, Chairperson, on the essential services. We have a new committee. I apologize, we have omitted to send you or to add at least their names as part of the presentation, just for committee members to note that the committee members have changed. We only retained one and the rest are new members. We are attempting our best to now have them to report differently, to do things differently, in order for this very important committee that deals with essential services, that it's given an opportunity to perform well, and more than it has. It has been performing well, but now given the circumstances we're in and the kind of global impacts that we have, I think it's going to become more and more relevant. That is all on that, Chairperson. Let's go slide 23, which slide 23. Now, Chairperson, here, just an important, under irregular expenditure, remember our pursuit of the three important priorities of government, and one of which is about a capable and an ethical state. And therefore, that calls us to ensure that the institutions of delivery that we have, that they are maximized, they are optimized, and anything that affects its performance for it to be ethical and capable must be dealt with. This is our contribution to that. We take this aspect very seriously. On the irregular expenditure of 1.6, this matter has now been finalized and is closed. This issue has been sorted out with the ministry as well, because actually what led there, I'm talking to it because the big one, it's been there for a while. There's been a finding which was made by AG some time ago, which in our view, we contested it, but we ended up giving up on it, that some adjustments we made on our budgets needs to be signed off by the minister. So for years, we've never had to ask the executive authority to sign off our adjustments that we make at midterm. And we did that, and then AG says that's wrong. We ought to have contacted the minister and for her to sign it off. And then that's how this finding came about. It's not money stolen. It's not some irregular performance of any staff member of the CCMA. I think we've maximized on that. And it was because of that. So then we followed the process that we ought to follow. And then we have since corrected that. And post that, every adjustments we make on midterm budgets, we send it to the minister for sign off, and the minister does accordingly. So we have put that in place. So with that sorted, so we don't have any new cases, as you can see at point 1, any new cases of irregular expenditure. And then the fruitless one, a twin of irregular, you'll see at point 2.1, there are no new cases. And point 2, we only have 2 cases there which were carried over. And one of those, which is 11,000, has been finalized, and we've recovered the money where the irregular expenditure happened. Again, capable, ethical state, we're doing that. And then finally, the one that is still pending is the 105,000 one, which remains in progress. It's sitting in our loss committee, and the committee will do as it should. And it has done well so far, and we are happy with that and its contribution. Finally, Chairperson, the Chairperson said we must also, have just a sneak preview on the third quarter, given that we are now in the fourth quarter. Given the one target which we did not achieve, Chairperson, as matters stand now, our results for the third quarter is 100%. So we are back into the normality. We've sorted out the issues that relating to the target not achieved. We're back at 100%. So that's just a sneak preview, just peeking through the third quarter as the Chairperson requested most. So just to give you that comfort. Also from the budget point of view, our percentage expenditure on our budget as it was then for part-time commissioners, for full-time commissioners, the balancing of that, we are aligning, and we should be able to do so until the end of the fourth quarter, which is underway as we speak. So we should be okay with that. On the issues of the vacancy rate, the corporate services can confirm if my information is incorrect. This is the last point. On the vacancy, Chairperson, we call it at CCMA, it's a revolving door. Because as you close the vacancies, you lose other employees. Now you start afresh, you have to advertise. And at the time you're advertising, you're recruiting, which is now everything that happens. It's something now that happens every month. Particularly our positions that we're talking about are commissioner positions. At the executive level, we are closed. The director incoming also has been appointed. All extra members have been covered. The provincial managers on all critical positions have been covered. And we don't have vacancies there. So it is the general, commissioner vacancies that we have, that one would call a vacancy. But the role is, the door is revolving, Chairperson. And I think it's important because currently we're sitting at 4.1%, which is an acceptable rate. This is now as at yesterday. Exco positions, as I said, all of them are filled. So we are performing there. But as you perform, people resign, people die, and all of that. But it's a revolving. But at no stage, and as of yesterday, are we above the expected percentage on vacancies? Because we understand the importance of vacancies. It's not only about filling vacancies. It's about filling vacancies so that we can be able to execute the mandate using the resources we have so that the scores that you see are being performed. Secondly, filling of vacancies is important also in order to make sure that the overall national unemployment rate is also dealt with, because the rate of employment, as we do that from our side, it means we are contributing to the resolution of that problem. Chairperson, I think I've saved you time. I believe I have given you sufficient detail for members to follow and understand. Myself and my team are here should there be any questions of clarity that is sought. But I believe that I've given sufficient detail to enable you and members to understand where CCMA is sitting as far as the performance of quarter one and quarter two. I've given you a sneak preview also of quarter three. We've explained the impact of the report. We've given you all of that as the Chairperson advised. So I believe I've done that, and I believe I've saved you time. That'll be the end of my presentation on behalf of the CCMA as part of the Department of Employment and Labour. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CCMA. We'll now move to Nedlac. You must unmute Mr. Mburu. Unmute so that we hear you. You are muted, so we can't hear you. So I'm not sure if it's ICT that has muted you, but we just can't hear you.
Okay. Am I unmuted? I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Earlier, I tried to switch on the video. I hope you saw that I'm not a bot. Or do I have to prove again?
No, we saw you. You can proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Chair. Just to acknowledge you and the members of the committee and my colleagues, both from the department and the agencies, including from Nedlac, National Dialogue, and the Presidential Climate Commission on the platform. I'm going to save you time as always. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next slide. And we continue. Next. Yes, thank you. So these are our key achievements for the 2 quarters under the review, Chair. There's several reports that we have concluded, including on the National State-Owned Entities Bill, as well as on the Integrated Resource Plan. In fact, on the SOE Bill, we've even been to Parliament to present it. We have convened several high-impact dialogue sessions that included the IRP dialogue, the Trade and Industry Strategic Dialogue, as well as the Public Employment Program dialogue. We have also approved the Parliamentary Monitoring Tracker report. Also, we are happy to say that the Nedlac, the draft Nedlac bill has been brought to Parliament. It has gone through the cabinet processes, will be to Parliament for consideration. And the one activity that is new to our APP is the national dialogue. We'll talk a little bit more on it as we go to the next slides, please. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay. So our concerns and subsequent to what we are saying there, we have since found solutions. We have had business withdraw from the cost of living rapid response task team at some point. We engaged with their CEO, we engaged with their overall conveners, and they've subsequently come on board to the process. Of course, there are other concerns that we keep picking up, but here we just want to reassure Parliament that whenever we encounter similar instances where one social partner or constituency withdraws from one or other chamber process, we engage with them. Next slide, please. So this summarizes our performance. It's 80%, and that's largely because there's a target that we couldn't achieve due to planning processes that couldn't be concluded in time. Let's go on to the next slide. And here this is our explanations of our performance really. The target that made us achieve 80% is a training target. It wasn't met due to the preparation and the groundwork done prior to implementing the plan. So, in other words, it ideally should have been concluded during the first quarter, that preparation, so that it gets performed during the second quarter. It wasn't. Let's go to the next slide, please. And here is our performance report in more detail. As is normal, we have our normal interactions with the Minister of Finance. This happened on the 29th of May. The ARP happened also in May. I've already referred to it. Next slide, please. Let's go to the next slide. And then we had our Trade and Industry Chamber dialogue session, which we held with the Minister for the DTIC. We actually have had such follow-up sessions. We have had a dialogue session on the white paper on local government. Let's go to the next slide, please. Some of the processes we have engaged in, I've referred to this, the National SOE Bill, which we brought to Parliament after signing off. We have signed off the IRP, the Mission Bill. Engagements are ongoing. The National Public Transport Subsidy Policy has been signed off. Some of our activities include the Productivity SA presenting on the work being done to foster a culture of productivity in the workplace. This was in May. We have the Presidential Climate Commission presenting progress reports on the JET in June 25. Next slide, please. And a bit of detail on the work of the Presidential Climate Commission, which include policy recommendations as well as technical reports. In terms of policy recommendation, they delivered earlier than anticipated transition of the Commission as part of its risk management process. They've taken a decision to bring all of the performance target to early delivery until December 25. And the technical report was delivered earlier, also earlier than anticipated due to transition of the Commission. So we'll make a point or two, Chair, towards the end about the PCC, because as the Portfolio Committee knows, the PCC is housed at Nedlac on a temporary measure until such time that it has been fully established as a standalone entity. Next slide, please. And then with respect to constituency capacity building, we have had one for community. As usual, they do this on an annual basis. And then labor also has had its labor school. But beyond that, we have had labor delegates attending the 14th BRICS Trade Union Forum in Brazil. And the midterm labor school was held in June. Next slide, please. Second quarter, I'm going to be faster this time around. With our draft Nedlac bill has gone all the way to cabinet. As I said, it will be should be coming to Parliament soon. A first national convention on the national dialogue was convened on the 15th and 16th of August 25, attended by 2.5 thousand people from 82 different sectors. Subsequent to that, of course, Nedlac was even confirmed as the place to house the Secretariat of the National Dialogue. We have had our national summit, and over and above the summit, we have also had two thematic symposia one with the ILO, another one with the. Let's go to the next slide, please. So I've made the point about the two symposia that we have held. We've hosted 5 dialogue sessions addressing critical challenges relating to, among others, local government regulations, second-hand motorcycle. And we have engaged several ministers, including Minister for the Department of Social Development, the Department of Health, COCTA, and as I've said, we almost on a continuous basis is engaging with the DTIC minister. Next slide, please. This summarizes our performance for quarter 2, Chairperson. You'll see that it has dropped slightly to 75%, and that's largely because there's as you go to the next slide, there is a target that was not achieved, which target has subsequently been removed from the plan. So the first target there has to do with training. Only half of that was achieved because of how late we were able to get that sorted out. And the second target that wasn't achieved is that of the PCC report, and that target is subsequently from the APP. Let's go to the next slide. And the reason it was removed, Chair, as you know, the PCC is part funded through grant funding, and it's taken a bit of time to get the necessary funds. We convened those 2 symposia that I've made reference to. We've convened 5 dialogue sessions on various items. That's in respect of our dialogue sessions. And in respect of our activities, we have engaged several meetings, including the Minister for Social Development. Next slide, please. With respect to the PCC, their policy recommendations, the second one was looking at adaptation, resilience, and disaster management in Ethekwini. I think at one of our previous reports to the portfolio committee, the question was asked about the regular instances of acts of God, disasters, floods, and the PCC has taken a look at that, and they've got the policy recommendations in that regard. And then there's in respect to technical reports, a net zero working group report was approved, the PCC. Next slide, please. I think the next slide takes us to finances. Yes, please, can I ask, with your permission, Chair, the CFO to just run us through it.
Thank you, ED, and good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable members. With your permission, I will then switch off my camera as well and be taking through the year-to-date quarter 2 reports on the finances. Chair, I'll be quite quick on this as well. In terms of our revenue, starting off with our grant income, if you look at our year-to-date quarter 2 figures, our actuals are sitting at 45.4 million. Versus the 40 million as per the year-to-date budget, which is a 5.3 million increase. Usually this figure is almost at nil. This year, probably for the first time, it's out by quite a material amount. And the main reason for that is the amounts that we received in relation to the national dialogue, which was not part of the original approved budget. So this quarter 2 budget that we're presenting to you is based on the original approved budget. And at that point in time, there was no budget for the national dialogue, which came through during the financial year. An amount was received of 25.3 million as at the end of quarter 2. Of that, 5.3 million, which is the variance, was recognized as grant income. The rest of that the rest of the balance of the 25 million, which is about 20 million, is sitting within our deferred income, and that revenue gets recognized as our expenditure gets incurred. So that's the main reason for our grant income variance. On our interest income, it's quite immaterial, 252,000, slightly more than budget, partially because we received more funds than we planned to due to the dialogue. And the donor funding income, it's more or less in line with budget. We received 3.34 million versus the 3.5. That's amounts that we receive. I think the executive director alluded to it. We do receive funds on behalf of the PCC. And this was received from the African Climate Foundation, which is their donor funding fiscal host. We've received 3.3 million of it, of the 3.5 that was budgeted for. And additional amounts are expected to be received in the coming quarters. Then in terms of revenues, the material variance is the first one, being the grant income. In terms of the expenditure, on the compensation of employees, there is a saving. That saving is due to vacancies identified during the first 2 quarters of the year. And then the bigger variance is the 19 million on goods and services actual versus the 12 budget. So this follows in line with the revenue explanation. Majority and 5.3 of the 6.4 million was in relation to the national dialogue, again, which is not part of the original approved budget, and therefore you're seeing it as an over expenditure. However, if you had to fast forward to Q3, that won't be the case, because in Q3 and as we move ahead, the budget was then revised in Q3 and we'll be presenting on the revised budget, which takes into account the budgets for the dialogue. So the main reason for the over expenditure there was the expenditure incurred in relation to the dialogue, as well as an accrual for a large contract that's coming to an end in the current financial year. So Chair, that basically that almost netted itself off the revenue and the income over and under, which then left us with a minor surplus of 148,000 come the end of the Q2. And as mentioned here, I think in Q3, when we do present to the committees, you'll see the revised budget being presented with those figures then being incorporated in there. Chair, I think then if we can move to the next slide or 2, I think it's just a commentary on what I've actually explained. I think the next 2 slides talk to that, and I think, Chair, we are coming to the end of the presentation. I basically summarized the commentary already of the next 2 slides. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nedlac. Can we get productivity South Africa?
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and the honorable members of the committee, senior leadership from DEL and its entities. My name is Amelia Naidu. I'm the acting CEO for Productivity SA, and I'm joined with the CFO, Mr. Josiah Siboloto. With your permission, Chair, can I switch off my camera?
You can switch your video. Proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to go through the presentation. We can start off with slide 9. Noting, of course, we've presented a number of times to the committee. Productivity SA has this mandate, we say it's to fulfill economic and social mandate, which is to promote employment growth and productivity. We are pleased to present that we have achieved 100% APP overall for Q1 as well as Q2. We have a number of initiatives that's underway. The focus for Q1 remains with the enterprise development and support programs. We, of course, have 8 indicators for Q1 and then 7 indicators for Q2. But we also look at the research, innovation, and statistics. So you get an indication of the strategic objectives that we focus on within the entity, and then, of course, the programs themselves. So I'm going to move to the next slide, slide 11. Slide 11 gives you an indication of the actual support that we have given. We have the SMME support program, which is called Competitiveness Improvement Services. And here, by the end of Q2, we managed to support 883 SMMEs and capacitated 1,609 entrepreneurs. With the capacity building, we actually focus on informal as well as formal enterprises themselves. And then we also use the district development model when it comes to the training of champions, because we want to be able to expand on our reach. So the CSI or CIS, which is the SMME support program, of course, achieved the 100%, but it's also according to the projects that we have underway, which are strategic projects as well. One funded by the DTIC, which is aimed at small and medium-sized businesses, called the Workplace Challenge Program. And then we've got our other strategic projects that fall into this program. And then, of course, we have our normal SMME support that we give through the allocation. The second indicator is, or the program is the job retention program, which is the business turnaround and recovery. This is to prevent job losses and ensure job retention. We have supported 45 companies that were in a decline or distress state, exceeded our annual target of the jobs saved. It was 6,088 jobs that are saved according to those 45 companies that we've been supporting. Again, we also have a capacity building between management and labor so that there's dialogue within enterprises. It's called the Future Forum Training, where we have capacitated 454 members within these enterprises. And lastly, the research, innovation and statistics, which form part of our programs. We publish the IMD competitiveness report. We actually have an agreement with IMD, and we actually play a role in ensuring that this information is also shared on the rating of what South Africa is doing. And then we were in the process during quarter 1 and 2 on drafting the productivity statistics report, which is published annually, as well as drafting the research reports. I'm going to ask that we move on to slide 16. Oh, sorry, not so far. Challenges, if we can move to that one. Sorry, challenges, which is on 13. Let's do 13 first. Sorry, if we can go to 13. So in the previous slide, we have an indication of the comparative analysis of quarter 1 and 2. We have kept the momentum going into quarter 3 as well, where we have achieved what we needed to. And reality is it's about the impact on the ground. So the challenges that we've highlighted here on and what is being impacted on service delivery, but also we've raised the focus areas for Productivity SA, noting that we were trying to implement a business turnaround and financial sustainability strategy. It was to stabilize the entity, but also while we actually ensuring that there's service delivery, that we are actually supporting SMMEs along the way. So Productivity SA still remains with the post-retirement medical aid. We, of course, are liable for this cost. It is court ordered. It is a legacy issue, which we are trying to resolve. But for now, we are moving into mediation as well. And we're hoping that from the funds that we retained, we are able to settle as well going forward. We're hoping to do so by the end of March, but in actual fact, the mediation hasn't yet moved forward. So this is one of our issues, because the 5 million to the 64 million that we get from the allocation, 5 million is a huge portion that actually affects the entity. And it means that since it isn't funded, it means that we as an entity have to revenue generate to be able to fund this portion of it. The current funding model presents various constraints. The entity, of course, is not fully funded by the appropriation grant itself. So the operations, we obviously have limited extent on accessibility, but we tend to use when it comes to the strategic projects, like the UIF project that we have underway with BTNR, the DTIC project that we have, we actually expand into the provinces, but those are projects based on contracts. So it's not the entity that is funded or the model of the entity, so that we have not just administration, but offices or resources that can go into all the projects. But we are leveraging, of course, using the district development model to ensure that we are giving more access to your small and micro enterprises within your underserviced provinces. Our focus area right now in relation to this is to upscale the SMME support program, and that includes the capacity building. With our capacity building, it's not just a once-off training, it is actually coaching and mentorship. And in the informal sector, we have 40% of our target that is informal, 60% formal at this moment, but we want to be able to expand on that as well. Also upscaling the business turnaround recovery based on longer term contract. The filling of the CEO position itself is another aspect, but as you are well aware, but the new board that came into effect in October actually is now focusing on that. In November, there was discussions, and then now there's movement with the DG's office on the recruitment process, which is actually managed through the DG's office and the board. Short-term contracts is also, it affects us as an entity, the stability of the entity. We have currently, and I've used this many times that I've raised it, the UIF contract is a 3-year contract. And what tends to happen is by the time we sign for the next 3 years, and sometimes we actually have to put the program on hold due to the contractual, verifications and so forth. Then there's a start and stop that tends to happen. So even the employees that are allocated to that program is fixed term contractors, and therefore there is less stability for us as an entity, as well as affecting our plans. We are, of course, recommending to the UIF, which we have started. We did this in previous years, but we also again are starting now in April for the new contract to come into play, but requiring a 5-year contract instead. During the third period as well, it was Q1 and Q2, we were preparing for the Africa Kaizen Conference, which was held in South Africa. And, the support that, with our focus being on the support for the Africa Kaizen initiative, we actually have been capacitated, as an entity being a center of excellence. We can move to the next slide. So some of the highlights, of course, I of course alluded to the Africa Kaizen Conference itself, but we ended up being designated as a Center of Excellence in October. We are the Center of Excellence in South Africa. There's only 4 centers of excellence in Africa. That is Ethiopia, Tunisia, Mauritius, and now South Africa, where Productivity SA has been designated. This is allowing us opportunity. It's almost a step of approval of what we are doing as an entity. At the same time, we were running a number of workshops throughout the country. We have to be able to have what we call Come See What We Do workshops, where we try to encourage small and medium-sized as well as micro enterprises to showcase through exhibition, but also through presentations, what have they done differently to implement productivity initiatives. So this has been done throughout the year, but during Q1 and Q2, you can see in which provinces we actually held our sessions. We can move to slide 16. So slide 16 just gives you an indication of the numbers that I presented, but it also gives you an indication of the targets. So by Q2, which is a cumulative target, we had a target of supporting 500 SMMEs, of which we supported 893. And the same thing with the entrepreneurs. We had a target of 1,040. We supported 1,600.
Just in order, there's a hand there. Honorable Mkwidi, I'm
Yes.
sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
Chair. I don't know if it's my connectivity or what, but with the presenter that is presenting, we can't hear. She cuts off in the middle of the sentences. So some of the things we can't hear, honestly. I don't know whether it's me or what.
Yeah, it may be on that side. May I just check if other members are experiencing the same?
I can hear perfectly well.
Okay.
Not on my side, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mukwili, maybe if you can just check whether there's no indication on your side with regard to stability of the network, but Ms. Naidu, just also get closer probably to your mic to sustain the audibility.
Thank you so much, Chair. So as I was indicating, the second indicator, which is the entrepreneurs, workers, and managers, as I mentioned earlier, it's about the informal as well as the formal sector itself. Yes, we do have challenges along the way on, being able to record all the information correctly, and you will see it in the next slide, which is the demographics, slide 18. You can go to 18. Yes, this one. So the previous slide gives you an indication of the regions, meaning that all 9 provinces are covered. But of course, when the demographics for the micro enterprises or your informal sector, this is now where it comes in the entrepreneurs, workers, and managers that are trained. Majority of our actual training, at least 80% of it is Black entrepreneurs that are trained. And we get on average 60% of them that are women that are trained as well in the informal sector. So we do have this demographics available, but then we always tend to lack on capturing accordingly as well, especially in the informal sector. Further to that, we have the Workplace Challenge Program, which is for your small and medium-sized businesses. As I mentioned, it is funded by the DTIC. So again, we have the information also available on every province that we are catering for, and we have to be able to access all 9 provinces. So we tend to use and leverage off our stakeholders within the provinces, meaning that your metros, your district municipalities, and as well as departments of economic development, so that we can give more accessibility to the SMMEs themselves. You can move to the next one, which is slide 19. The BTNR program has been very successful with how it has changed as well in the last 2 contracts. And we're hoping, because this project actually comes to an end in 2027, which is end of June 2027. So we do start the agreement with the UIF from now, and we're just hoping that it would change to a 5-year agreement, and there wouldn't be a break in the agreement because it stops all interventions for those businesses. We can try to support through capacity building and other initiatives through our other program, but it is very difficult. These are companies in a decline state, so we want to have that continuity. So you can see, as I've raised before, we've actually overachieved this target, and we're hoping that at the end of the financial year, it's not just meeting the target, it's exceeding on it, but within our budget, of course. You can move forward. So the presentation itself has covered all of the indicators. It will give you also a breakdown of each of the indicators by region, which provinces we actually cover. And then I'm going to hand over then to our CFO, Mr. Moloto, for the finances. We can go to finances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CEO, and good morning to Honorable Chair, and good morning to the honorable members as well. I'm just showing the face, and thereafter I can just switch off the camera for the sake of better connection, if you allow, Chair.
As permitted, you can proceed here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to be focusing on the slide just to share the financial performance for Productivity SA as at the end of the second quarter for 2025-2026 financial year, just to highlight on what is critical at this point in time. Of course, we are being given a parliamentary grant of 64 million rand per annum, which has proven not to be sufficient enough to sustain our mandate of support, of giving that support to the SMMEs in the country. So looking into the other grants that we have from the sister entities, your UIF and DTIC, we managed to raise a revenue of around 19.4 million rands there. And of course, the target of our external revenue based on those projects hasn't necessarily been met as yet, mainly due to the finalization of the agreement in the previous financial year, which necessitated to carry over some of the implementations in the current financial year, therefore necessitating the need for us to come up with a catch-up plan. We, of course, now have a catch-up plan in terms of the implementation of the project deliverables for us to be in a position to catch up on the revenue generation target, and also just to make sure that we meet our deliverables on those external revenue targets that we have given ourselves there. So moving to salaries, of course, we spent 41 million in salaries as at the end of the second quarter. We have given ourselves a budget of around 103 million for the financial year. But I think it needs to be understood as well that not the entire amount is funded from the parliamentary grant. As you can see, the parliamentary grant there is 64 million for the entire financial year, meaning we need to fundraise for us to be in a position to fund a significant portion of our salaries, which is your compensation of employees. Therefore, meaning we will not always fill position as and when it becomes vacant, because we will need to raise sufficient funds for us to be in a position to fund some of this position. Hence, now we only fill position after making evaluation whether the position is critical and whether the position is going to be helping us more so in terms of helping us in generating the external revenue as well. So moving to goods and services as well, I think the spending as well hasn't been in line with what we have initially budgeted for. There's a slight variance there, mainly because of the catch-up plan that we need to do on the two major projects on the DTIC and also on the business turnaround and recovery, because there's a catch-up plan that we have in terms of maximizing the revenue generation and also spending in line with the project deliverables that we have set ourselves there. And of course, we do have the cost drivers that we need to take care of as an entity that has been troubling us. One of them being the post-retirement medical aid that acting CEO has spoken to a little bit earlier on, just to indicate that we are at the moment spending over 5 million rand on the post-retirement medical aid, which is causing, which is placing a financial strain on an entity. Because as you can see, our budget for the financial year is quite limited, and if we were to continue to pay these 5 million rands per annum, it is likely to continue putting a strain on us. And of course, this is a matter that has been decided by the courts. We have lost the matter at the court, and we have been instructed to settle this matter. We therefore, at the moment, at the mediation process, we are going to be mediating with the pensioners to try and find an amicable settlement that will have them. And of course, we have prepared as an entity a settlement offer that we are going to be tabling during the mediation session. And we hope and anticipate that it will be appealing to the pensioners for them to be in a position to accept our settlement and be in a position to close this matter. And of course, because if it happens that the pensioners don't necessarily accept the offer that we have tabled, then we might also need to consider having to settle this matter in a staggered approach, possibly in 2 or 3 financial years, just to make sure that we get it off our books, that we can be in a position to find financial sustainability, because 5 million rands for us as an entity is a significant amount of money, and it is for that reason that we need to really take care of it. As far as the governance processes are concerned, on fruitless expenditure, we haven't recorded any fruitless expenditure in the current financial year, but we do have a historical amount that we are dealing with, which has been attended for by the internal audit. They are currently finalizing the investigations so that we can be in a position to finalize those issues. And as far as irregular expenditure is concerned, that we are no longer accumulating the irregular expenditure. We have internal audit also investigating. We are looking forward to finalize the matter that we can have the determination test and have a way forward in terms of how we are going to be dealing with those. In short, Chair and members, this is the picture just on the page 23. If you go back, because it summarizes nicely the financial performance at the end of the 3rd quarter. We, of course, have a slight deficit of 908,000, which is mainly because of the delay in the project implementation. We are intending to match our expenses to our revenue generation efforts, just to make sure that we live within our means and that we remain financially sustainable as an entity. Chair, I think this sums up the financial performance as at the end of the 2nd quarter for Productivity SA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josias. Just to the final comments, Chairperson, Productivity SA is making, of course, operational and tangible impact on the ground. And our programs have been delivering measurable outcomes in job retention, enterprise turnaround, and SMME competitiveness in both informal and the formal itself sector, which really speaks to the relevance of our entity and the effectiveness as well on the mandate in responding to the country's challenges. So at the same time, Chairperson, the organization, from where we have been to now in the last 2 years, the organization has consciously been balancing impact with sustainability. So while we continue to deliver, we are on this mandate, we are ensuring that we strengthen this institution And this is where the Center of Excellence plays a huge role, and our strategic partnerships, where we are not reliant only on government grants and government programs. It's through the strategic partnerships with the International Labour Organization, JICA as well. And then we also have, our QPI project that is underway with Africa Kaizen Initiative. So this brings, us as an entity that we remain a going concern, financially stable and well capacitated, and be able to expand on our service delivery itself. So yes, ultimately, we want to be able to have a funding model that looks at stabilizing us as an entity, but addressing legacy issues, your financial pressures, and filling critical capacity gaps and modernizing how we deliver on our services. So with that said, our focus is therefore twofold: sustaining our current impact and deliberately positioning the organization to scale its interventions in a way that is financially sound, governance compliant, and aligned with national priorities. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Muller, I take it that I can then take it back.
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentations. I will then, honorable members, as we once again extend our compliments from the side of the chairperson to members who had joined us, as would have just opened, and want to assure them that for those who have forwarded apologies for joining late, those would have been recorded as such. I will now take members who would want to make contributions on this item. I saw Honorable Maitso, followed by Honorable Bahraim. We have got Honorable Mukwili as number 3. So those are the hands I see on my side. And I take it that committee support will assist me at any given time if I have left the hand. But for us to maximize the time, I would want us to start with Honorable Maitso as we identify for hands. Honorable Maitso, you can now proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the department and the entities. Greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and compliments of the new year. Chair, I'm not going to be long, but safe to say that we welcome the presentation from the entities, Chair. I will strictly go to the CCMA. We must commend the good work that the CCMA is doing. And indeed, Chair, if we were to be awarding gold medals to entities, CCMA was going to be the first one to be prioritized and receive the gold medal. And this is in relation to the performance of the CCMA in Q1, which they achieved 100%. And in Q2, CCMA again achieved 92%, reflecting continued strong performance in dispute resolution indicators, including conciliation and arbitration turnaround times. Now, Chair, this tells you that the CCMA demonstrated excellent operational delivery, exceeding efficiency targets in core dispute resolution and stakeholder engagement. And that will, for example, will go to the training intervention, were also overachieved in both quarters. It therefore, Chair, recommended that the entity should immediately deal with the misalignment between the APP and the HR plan to ensure future performance reporting accurately, so that it reflects the achievement against the set strategic targets that are set by the entity. But Chair, the 42 million favorable variance that is reflecting on the presentation should be strategically utilized in order to prioritize the filling of the critical vacant post, which continues to be a predicament in every presentation that we receive as a portfolio committee. The CCMA will always highlight this, and this will also stabilize the employee costs and reduce reliance on expensive short-term measures like increased utilization of part-time commissioners. Thereby, in this case, they will be easily secure the long-term sustainability and effectiveness of its core mandate. Now, let me go to the question that emanates from this particular presentation, as I have made a comment. The first question will be, how does the CCMA intend to reconcile the planning misalignment and accelerate the filling of critical posts in the remaining 2 quarters to ensure the institution is fully capacitated to deliver on its mandate without compromising, of course, operational performance or long-term capacity building goals? The second question will be, what proactive sector-specific strategies beyond current internal interventions has the CCMA developed or planned in collaboration with the department and the DTI to respond immediately to anticipated large-scale retrenchments caused by international trade pressures, as it is reflected in the presentation? And the last question on the CCMA will be, what were the specific nature and the root causes of the irregular expenditure case still in progress? And this is the reflected amount of 105.6 thousand. And what internal control measures have been implemented immediately to prevent recurrence of the specific types of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure identified in the recently closed cases? Moving quickly to the last presentation that was done by the Productivity SA, the first and the second quarter performance of 2025-2026 financial year. I'll go straight to the question, and the first question will be, given that the estimated annual post-retirement medical aid costs of 5,353,560 are placing an unsustainable financial strain on the entity, what immediate and long-term measures are being implemented through the business turnaround and financial sustainability strategy to absorb or mitigate this liability? And what is the projected financial impact on operational programs if mediation stroke inclusion reaches finality in March 2026? The second question will be, the report itself highlights that the short-term project contracts affect the stability of the entity and specifically request a 5-year contract for the BT&R program with the UIF. What progress has been made in securing this long-term funding arrangement, and what contingency plans are in place to ensure the continuity of the BT&R program, which is critically for job retention, and should the long-term contract not materialize promptly? The last chair presentation is the Nedlac. And one thing that on the Nedlac one has observed is that Nedlac exhibits strong strategic performance in achieving its core mandate of policy review and dialogue facilitation, particularly evident in the 100% achievement rate for core operations in both quarters. Now, the approval of the draft Nedlac bill by the Cabinet in Q2 is a major governance milestone which contributes or also reinforce its legislative foundation. Now, Chair, the this significance of Nedlac in enhancing consensus and increasing stakeholder engagement is demonstrated through its continuous multi-sectoral collaborations. And we know that there is events like first convention of the National Dialogue, obviously attended by over 2.5 delegates from 32 sectors, and the annual summit as well. So now, Chair, the question that emanates from this presentation will be: business requested to withdraw from cost of living rapid responses tax team due to capacity challenges. Although they committed to funding solutions, what specific steps have been taken by NTT to address these ongoing capacity challenges? And how has the review of the tax team's term of reference impacted future participation and efficacy? And the second question, in Q1, the training target was not met due to groundwork preparation. And in Q2, the target was missed again due to the delays in appointing training providers and staff different training. What is the revised timeline for the implementation of the full training plan? And what assurance is there that newly developed terms of reference template will successfully mitigate the risk of unresponsive requests for quotations in future quarters? Chair, as I pause, maybe if time permits, through your permission, of course, one will come back. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maetso. Honorable Bahrain, you are now recognized. You can proceed. Honorable Background.
Hi, sorry, Chair, I seem to have lost connectivity. I apologize. Thank you very much for giving me the
Unless it's on my side, I can't hear you. I do see you appearing, but I don't hear you.
We can't hear him also.
Can't hear him too.
Yeah, maybe he's lost connectivity, and he'll then reconnect. So we'll try and maximize the time, honorable members, and allow Honorable Mukwili to proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you and members of the committee, department, entities, and South Africa as large. Compliments of the new season. I greet you in the wonderful name. Lina Laga ke Tebogo Mokwele. I'm being deployed by the EFF to this committee. Chair, we appreciate the work that the entities are doing. We appreciate the presentation that has been presented to us, especially by the CCMA. Really, I agree with Honorable Maetso that we need to compliment them because even their challenges, they always have challenges and solutions to those challenges. And every time when they come to us to present, they do the follow-up into what they presented as a challenge on the previous quarter and what is it that they are doing and the milestone thereof. So that needs to be appreciated. However, we have a challenge into case management, especially by vulnerable workers who are not represented by labor federations and unions. Those workers, in most instances, they come across biasness from the commissioners in various CCMA offices. I think that needs to be attended to as a matter of agents, because we can't be uploading the operational part of the entity. However, in terms of those operations being given back or being provided to the vulnerable workers, the workers don't get that liberty to them. So Advocate Cameron, make sure that we intensively look into that matter as a matter of agency. Again, Chair, I would like to appreciate the effort that the economic freedom fighters has done in terms of data and airtime expiry matter. We appreciate that at the end of this thing, ICASA has seen to listen to our plea and listen to our cry, and then it is intending to implement the regulations to enforce service providers to make sure that they roll over the airtimes and datas that were purchased by people. This is not just a victory, it's a victory for vulnerable workers and the working class whom lost faith in applying because the data and the airtime has been more expensive for them to access. Now that we have won the first leg of this war, we are intending as the economic freedom fighters to make sure that that rollover gets into effect and people will get the services that they have paid for. Thank you very much. Chair, I've got 3 or less questions to the department and the entities at large. My question is that to the department, does the department have a mechanism of verifying the credibility of APPs before they are tabled before Parliament? Do you have the system that you can use to make sure that whatever that is presented before us as Parliament is credible and is a true reflection of what is presented? And another thing, Chair, the targets that are not met by the entities for the quarters that are before us, the first quarter and the second quarter. I want to check in with those entities as to whether they've got plan in place, that they've got the plans in place to ensure that they don't affect the performance of the remaining quarters, because that rollover of targets that were not met in the first and the second quarter might have an effect into budgetary and implementation of the budgets or of the monies allocated for those quarters. So, and it creates a pressure as to the implementation or the spending of that money. So if ever they can explain to us as to whether they've got a plan to make sure that those rollovers, they don't affect their performances in the upcoming quarters. As for Productivity SA, Chair, they have indicated in their presentation that they have assisted 883 SMMEs in the country. I would like to know the support that they have given to these SMMEs. What was the support and how did they do it? And where are these SMMEs that were supported, so that we can, when we do our oversight, we are able to go and check them as to whether indeed they have been assisted and assisted, and that assistance, was it significant? My last response, my last question, Chair, again is with Productivity SA. I think they said they have assisted about, they have saved about 6,088,000 jobs. Where did they save them? How did they save them? And how are we going to know and to validate that number as Parliament? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwile. Honorable Bahrain, are you back now?
I am. I apologize. I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on with my device, and
please
I'm sorry about
proceed.
that. Just the CCMA, and thank you for it. And I've always been a big fan of the CCMA, and I still am. Just two things. One thing, we're noticing that because of probably financial circumstances, the CCMA is hearing cases, arbitration cases, anything up to a year after the conciliation has been completed. People are complaining from around the country, and we're noticing that it's getting worse. And just about every single province, we're finding that. And I'm not sure why. Maybe we can have a full explanation of this, but it always had a fantastic record of CCMA conciliations if they failed, and we've always had a good record of conciliations getting 75% settlement rate. But if they fail, we used to hear the arbitrations within a month, maybe 2 months. It's devastating for employees who've been dismissed or retrenched not to be able to have their cases heard quickly, and maybe we can get an explanation for this. And then to find a solution, if it is financial, to somehow find a solution. And I know one of the solutions is to try and raise money from corporate South Africa, but that might irritate the trade unions. And so there needs to be discussions at a high level within the CCMA between the trade unions and maybe business unities to South Africa to see how we can try and expedite and try and get some funding for the CCMA. Other than that, I also hear that Advocate Mariani might be going to greener pastures and might be leaving. And has he got training going for the next senior convening commissioner? Maybe you can let me know on that. Then I want to move on to Nedlac, which has also been a fantastic institution and is certainly proving its worth, and especially now when we've got this national dialogue. I was hoping that in fact the Nedlac can take over this national dialogue completely. It's set up, it's working. There is more funding for them because of the national dialogue. And it seems the national dialogue seems to have been put on hold because of the upcoming elections. But a dialogue of this nature is probably vital. And if any entity can actually get this dialogue going, because they've had it going fantastically in the past, I'm just encouraging them somehow to deal with the presidency to see if there's any which way they can act as a maybe the entity that covers this dialogue. They don't have to control it, because obviously the presidency must control it, but to see how they can get their expertise in to make this work. I know there has been a togetherness between the presidency and Nedlac on getting it off the ground, and maybe they can get more involved. Just turning also to the legislation that is now being debated, one of the concerns has been in the past, or one of my concerns anyway, has been the problem with actual representativity on the 4 pillars of the negotiation at Nedlac, the pillar of government, and who chooses those people to go into government to represent government there. It looks like that it's a bit skewed as to how the choosing takes place within the government ranks. Then there's obviously the trade union movement. And again, in the past, it's always been COSATU in conjunction with the government, which made up 50%, which have a unity between COSATU and government. So very difficult to get proper dialogue going. And then who chooses community? Again, community is chosen within the presidency. So it looks like, as an outsider looking in, it looks like there are 3 wolves and a sheep sitting around the table and voting what to have for lunch. So you can imagine what's going to happen there. And I'm hoping now with this new piece of legislation and the restructure of Nedlac that we're going to see more voices around that table and more equity voices, and especially from community. Who's representing the unemployed, which now, as we all know, represents 40% of the supposed workforce is the unemployed. In fact, COSATU is now 42% unemployed, and we've got to believe their figures. And then finally, to move on to productivity, South Africa is a little bit more appealing now that you're talking more and more about SMMEs, because we know, all of us know, and the economists around the world tell us that it's SMMEs that are going to be the job creation engine of the future. So if that's the engine of the future of job creation, because as we know, big business is shrinking, they've got jobless growth, and they're mechanizing, automating, computerizing. They don't need staff. They're shrinking all over the place. And in fact, we're seeing big business going through mass retrenchment programs, and especially over the last 2 years, big business has let down the workforce of South Africa in the sense that they don't need employees. Most of them are going the AI route or computerization, and all they need is computer experts as opposed to employees. I have a particular issue there that I'm hoping that at the end of the day, that this situation does become something that we can tackle, something that we can tackle properly and make sure that that doesn't in any way create a problem for the future. So if that's the case, if we're actually looking at a situation of small business creating jobs, there must be a better way in which Productivity SA can use its finance. There must be a better way that Productivity SA can stretch out to the small business associations for training, rounding up people to be able to train them in bookkeeping, purchasing people. We could get small businesses to join hands and purchase goods to sell. They got more power then. We've got to be more innovative for that. So I was looking at productivity and saying that's where we should be concentrating on, actually getting out there to the, and also there's been a lot of research done at the University of the Witwatersrand that our informal business sector in South Africa is lagging behind the rest of Africa. We're the worst in the rest compared to the rest of Africa. And if that's the case, how can Productivity SA try and encourage people to become entrepreneurs, to go into informal business, to start doing what people have got talent to do, and instead of waiting for a job, but becoming entrepreneurs? And I think productivity can help there. And of course, I have to land up by saying that Productivity SA might be doing really well on paper, but we still, I think we deemed to be the second lowest productivity in the world. And maybe a comment from there. Thank you, Chair, and thanks for putting up with my non-connectivity. I appreciate that.
Honorable Bahrain, the Honorable Mbele. The Honorable Mbele.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chairperson. Where I am, I've got a problem of a network. What I'm going to do, Chair, I'm going to submit my questions and also some seeking clarity issues because it is very bad. And where I am, I had to go away and the area is not safe at all for me. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mbele. We'll follow up on what you have submitted. Honorable Nantsele, you are the last from the hands I've seen. Can you hear?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings and the compliments of the season to you and the honorable members, including leadership of the department that is in attendance, including all guests. Chair, in appreciation of the presentations that have been made, I would want to foreground my remarks or input to the presentation made by first acknowledging and as African National Congress and supporting the proposal that has been made by Honorable Minister to declare the advertising, artistic and cultural employees as workers. The reason being that these are the category of workers who have been denied rights for quite a long time. We have stories of prominent artists who die poor and having absolutely nothing to show, notwithstanding the contribution that they have made to society. As African National Congress, we stand firmly behind the proposal. That extends also to the area that COSATU notes, which relates to inclusion of those who are also falling within the film industry. Having said so, Chair, the point I want to raise in appreciation of the presentations that have been made with regard firstly to CCMA. I fully agree with the points that have been made by Honorable Mayeto, particularly with regard to the progress and the achievements that CCMA has made over the period under review, that is the term 1 and term 2, particularly on its ability to ensure that it lives and operates within its budget, notwithstanding this being a challenge from time to time that they have raised. I want also to agree with the point that talks to the area that relates to the over expenditure, which is basically an area of concern which we would want to fully support the view that says that we should in fact, instead of appointing temporary arrangements in terms of commissioners, but we should in fact be seeking to extend employment and have full-time commissioners so that we do not have this unintended or unplanned extra expenditure. In addition to that, Chair, I want then to go to the questions that I would want to raise to CCMA presentation, arising from the presentation. The first question reads as follows: what were the specific nature and root causes of irregular expenditure case still in progress? That is 105.5 thousand, 105 million and 5,000, sorry, Chair. And what internal control measures have been implemented immediately to prevent the recurrence of the specific types of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure identified in the recently closed cases? I'm restating this, Chair, because this is a serious blight on the good work that the institution CCMA has undertaken over the period under review. The second question would be, to what extent are these virtual platforms being systematically leveraged to drive efficiency and the CCMA tracking the proportion of disputes managed virtually, which is the proposal that that has been made? Further, how will the CCMA ensure that the strategic shift to virtual services, efficacy for workers and the employers in rural and under-resourced areas? The point of concern is in particular to those rural and under-serviced areas, as we have now been experiencing even members who can't be able to clearly communicate their positions as we speak in this session. Moving further, Chair, I would want to also welcome the report that has been made with regard to Productivity SA, including the steps that they have taken, notwithstanding the limitations that have been outlined by the acting director. I would want to further make additional questions that has been already been put forward with regard to this area of work. The first question would be, despite achieving 100% of strategic objectives, the financial report shows a total expenditure and underspending of 22.4 million, which is 26% below budget, attributed partly to vacancies and delayed spending. Which specific critical vacancies will be prioritized for fulfilling to address the compensation of employees? That is the same with a saving of 8.6 million. And how will productivity SA ensure that the timely and efficient utilization of goods and services budget, particularly the competitiveness improvement services and the BT and R in the remaining quarters? The next question, Chair, would be as follows. The current funding model is cited as a constraint that limits productivity SA. It limits it in terms of its ability to extend services equitably across all provinces. What specific intervention or adjustments to the funding model and program delivery mechanisms are planned to ensure that all provinces, particularly those potentially underserved, benefit fully from the competitiveness improvement services and the business turnaround and recovery programs? Lastly, the question again to them would read as follows. The presentation notes the filing of the CEO position as a challenge and states the new board that is working with the DG's office on recruitment. What is the definitive timeline and progress status for filling acting CEO position to ensure sustained strategic direction and institutional capacity required to navigate the financial and operational challenges identified in the report? Chair, my next area would be around Nedlac, which again we want to also to congratulate the progress that they've made and the period review, but also note clearly the areas of concern that relates to some of the areas of operation which they have put to fore as part and parcel of their report. I want to just to remark as follows, particularly in appreciation and also in disappreciation of those challenges, that Nedlac's function is indispensable in collectively charting a way forward against the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, which are the areas that the African National Congress would want to defeat at almost every moment. Aligning perfectly with our policy perspective that emphasizes inclusive national processes. By convening dialogues in the integrated resource plan that is addressing energy security, which impacts industrial growth and jobs, industrial policy master plans, localization, and social security, Nedlac directly confronts these challenges. And then the platform ensures that the strategic national decisions from economic transformation to local government reform are vetted through a process of social dialogue, ensuring that the interest of marginalized communities and workers are considered. This collective consensus building approach, rooted in the inclusive engagement, is essential for generating broad societal buy-in that is necessary for the successful and sustainable implementation of policies designed to overcome the socio-economic crisis. This is the point, Chair, that I wanted to raise in both appreciation and also to raise those critical points that Nedlac currently deals with in a very effective way. The questions, therefore, I would want to pose to Nedlac as follows. The target for approaching a service provider for the Presidential Climate Commission in Q2 was not met due to lack of funding and capacity support, and the departure of the responsible staff on Q1. Given the importance of the PCC's work, how is Nedlac planning to urgently secure necessary funding and dedicated capacity to ensure critical PCC projects and the targets are met, especially since the target was removed from the revised annual performance plan, that is of 2025-26. The second question, Chair, would be as follows. While cooperations and capacity building showed 100% achievement in Q1 and Q2, the administration program showed a 50% achievement in Q1. That is on 1 and 2 targets achieved, and that 75% in Q2, that is in 3 and 4 targets that were achieved. What were the specific administration indicators that were consistently missed, and what management interventions are planned to improve performance in this specific program area? The last question, Chair, would be, Nedlac successfully convened high-impact dialogue sessions such as the IRP dialogue, the TIC strategic dialogue, and also public employment programs dialogue. For example, issues arising from the TIC strategic dialogue were expected to contribute to work plans of the TIC, that is also of the DTIC. What is the monitoring framework Nedlac uses to track that the inputs and issues raised during these high-impact dialogue sessions are successfully integrated and implemented within the respective government and social partners' work plans? Those are the last questions, Chair, that I raise, that is with regard to Nedlac. Going back, Chair, to Productivity SA, which I covered.
You want
on
to add?
productivity? Sorry.
I'm saying you're saying you want to add on productivity South Africa.
No, and there was a point. In fact, I would hold it there, Chair, so that I come back after the responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nzele, who would have been the last in the hands I've noted. I take it that Ms. Milwa, your team has been noting, and they would be able to make responses. We'll just take the approach we have taken on the presentation, which is CCMA followed by Nedlac, and then Productivity SA. And you'll make reference wherever you can to the members that would have asked the questions, so that we attempt as far as possible to respond to every member. Of course, save for Honorable Mbele, who would have indicated that she would send those in writing. And Honorable Mayeto, I take that hand now to be probably a legacy one, not a point of order that you want to raise. So in that score, can I then get back to you, Mr. Muller and the team?
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, we'll follow the order that was established earlier. I'll just come in at the end to respond to the DEL-specific questions. So may I hand over to the CCMA, followed by, I think the next one was Nedlac, then Productivity South Africa. Order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moeller. Thank you, Chairperson. We'll be as brief as possible. With your permission, Chairperson, as I indicated earlier that I have a team that I brought with, I will hand over to them after I've answered most of the questions, and then the team will add where I've missed. Let me start in that order also on Mahecho's question, Honorable Member Mahecho's question. I think the issue of misaligned target came twice also. Honorable Nontsele also raised that issue. I think Honorable Mokweli also raised that issue. So let me deal with that. Let me confirm, Chairperson, that the misaligned target that we missed, you will see that in the third quarter, it is corrected. I did make a submission earlier that from 92%, we move back to 100% in the third quarter. So that misalignment has been addressed, right? And also that the method of calculation that has led to that target to not to be met has now been addressed in order to ensure that it is properly aligned, and it is now set to be achieved in the fourth quarter as well. So that one has been corrected. Steps have been taken. You'll see that in the quarter three with the 100% quarter three output. So that covers that question. And then the next question was the sector-specific interventions that needs to be made in relation to the challenges that we have. I think I did mention earlier on that our interventions are not just CCMA specific. They are going to we prefer to do that in an integrated way with an involvement of productivity SA, because as you would hear, in as far as issues relating to the US issues and all of that, it's important to know which sectors are specifically identified or affected, and then we devise an integrated approach in dealing with that. Through TERS, we want to do the same thing when it comes to the specific sector approach, and I believe that we should be in a position to deal with that, and the team might add if there's anything on the proactive sector-specific interventions that we need to make. If you look at the CCMA report, generally, you will see that what we report on our case management is not only limited to just results of what has happened. We do have a sector-specific report that tells you which specific sectors are needing some intervention. And the only shortcoming there, it's just a matter of resources to be able to do that. That's the biggest challenge, Chairperson, that I can mention in as far as the sector-specific intervention, because that's more of an extra or business work that we need to make. And we do accept and note also that it does spill over to the core business, given the nature of the issues that we are dealing with. So I think that will be the response on the proactive sector-specific issues. And we have a social justice department that is led by Mandy, who is present in this session. You've seen the spread of our outreach programs. Part of that program in that department has to do with dispute prevention. We have been doing it for years, but the current challenges globally that affects our national position requires an intervention of a special type, because we are meeting a challenge of what we had not expected happening. It will really be helpful to spread the wings with resources, of course, with social justice department in order to make this proactive specific intervention. As a principle, Chair, CCMA encourages and has been doing preventative functions so that we make proactive engagements in specific sector-related issues, whether it is relating to job losses, whether it's related to high referral rates, a specific type of problems that arise in certain specific sectors. We've always done so. The only thing that really crippled us was just the resource question. But we really appreciate that in doing that. Because you see, when it comes to, for example, retrenchment processes, before even get to tariffs, the industries and sectors do make applications, as is provided for in the Labour Relations Act, that we should assist in the facilitations of large-scale retrenchment. And when you deal with that, it is only applications that are sent to CCMA, and you deal with them at CCMA. But a really working formula will be a formula that involves a productivity essay, a trade and industry, of course, because we're talking about enterprises, and for us not to be reactive to applications when the company is already in distress. What we also need to do, because we're re-looking at some of the terms and conditions that you find in TERS, is that by the time enterprises apply for assistance, damage is done. So proactive means that you need a workplace-based intervention so that you have a timeless intervention. But I think the new attitude that we need to introduce, it's not the attitude that is dispute prevention in a sense of identifying disputes, but all of us know that it is important for our economy to grow at least at the projected 3%, or at least anything between 1 and 3, or 2%, to enable enterprises to survive. The survival of enterprises will then deal with some of these aspects. But that type of intervention that is proactive that we're talking about, it is of a preventative nature. But the challenges are bigger than just productivity and CCMA. That's why enterprises is important, for us to include that. The minister, when dealing with employment of young people, it becomes very important, because if you look at the strategic plan, the NDP, if you look at the MTDP, and also the December adopted intervention plan that the president is driving, you'll see in that report that actually youth intervention to up the percentage of employment of young people, the trust that needs to be established in order to have that intervention to deal with youth unemployment is a necessary one. And the target that has been set in terms of that 3-point plan, it is the February of 2026, which we have discussed in the ministerial strategic plan last week, that's a necessary intervention to make. So I'm saying as a principle in response to 189 and sector-specific interventions, it's not just the issue of a sector, because when we talk sector, we're going to start talking formal and informal sector. But I think we've dealt with this question. I think the presidential report deal with that categorization under what circumstances is a business formal or informal. But a multifaceted, not just theory and discussion, but a properly timed target for each one of these entities to do this proactive sector-specific intervention with clear timelines is important, because we have to boost the economy's recovery up to the projected 3% for us to be able to be effective in workplace-based type of intervention, for us to deal with the issue of proactive intervention. So it's not a simplistic response that we're giving. We're just chatting the way on the principles we adopt and the approaches that we need to make in doing that. So as matters stand, other than what we've just explained, there aren't specific strategic plan I can present on behalf of the Commission, CCMA, saying this is the plan on how we're doing it. We're still doing what we're doing within our mandate. But an extra CCMA approach that involves the entities and departments we're talking about, led by the Department of Employment and Labour, will be necessary for us to do so in responding to this question, so that we have progressive responses that come with that in order for us to be able to answer that question. And I hope to that extent, Chairperson, that answers that part. On the question of the root causes of fruitless expenditure, let me make this important point. and that must be noted, when it comes to fruitless and irregular expenditure. When an entity has proper controls in place to deal with fruitless and irregular expenditure, those systems, not only are they intended to prevent the occurrence of fruitless and irregular, it's also the systems that makes you pick up an already occurred event of fruitless expenditure. I can say with confidence, Chairperson, understanding the triple priorities of government, that our systems of controls with the committee in place and provincial structure, systems, documents, procedures, all of this, practice notes and monitoring, that system has put us where we are. It's working and it's very effective. That's why you see the type of report you see of clean audits for the past 4 years and all of that, because the system is producing. So when you see a fruitless that is appearing on the report, it's because an effective control system as required by the PFMA that we must put in place and deal with them preventatively and after occurrence at the CCMA as an entity is working. So that's an important statement to make, that it be noted. And having said so, the case that relates to the fruitless relates to a variation application which was received by one of our regions, which was not attended to timelessly. But the loss committee has recommended a recovery from the officials and the training to ensure that the roads are clear for all officials in that region. Having done all of that, when we see a knowledge information gap, we then take this approach that we're doing. But the committee that was established, the loss committee, is the one that deals with that. And we did report in our report that there is a recovery that has happened. In terms of how we deal with it moving forward, we have systems, not necessarily people, systems that deal with irregular and fruitless expenditure. That's why you see the numbers are very low, because I think the systems are producing the results that we had intended. So that's where we are in as far as the root causes of that fruitless expenditure. I think that will also deal that issue that Honorable Member Nonzele has asked, that dispenses with that question as well. So I believe that the questions Honorable Maestro has been covered. And then I'll move to Honorable Mukwele questions. The question of the unrepresented workers and the apparent biases that are noted there. Chairperson, let me make this one very important statement. In 1994, when we had the interim constitution, and also in 1998, when the final constitution was approved, one important principle in that constitution that this committee is pursuing is access to tribunals and the issue of equality before the law, either in court or in any of the tribunals that we're talking about. That specific provision also covers the CCMA through the Labor Relations Act, right? So that is statutory obligation. CCMA has rules that we've put in place and what happens in case of representations, which is Rule 25. And it caters also for workers who are unrepresented. The guidelines we have in place, which are published, also tells commissioners what to do in circumstances where a worker is unrepresented. There are certain approaches that are in the guidelines that tells you that you've got an inquisitorial approach that you must adopt, which literally means that as a commissioner, when you're dealing with a worker who is unrepresented, you must appreciate the fact he's unrepresented. Therefore, it means legal processes that are expected to be known, the worker may not know them. So you have to adopt an inquisitorial approach where you inquire more, you assist the worker to make sure that at the end of the day, it's not the law really that wins, it is the actual grievance using the law to resolve a dispute. Our commissioners has been very successful in doing that. Is the system perfect? No, it's not. Are there circumstances where commissioners make a mistake in dealing with that, not following rules. Yes, you see that when those cases are being reviewed, being sent to the labor court and all of that. And it's not only about unrepresented, it is about a sector we call the vulnerable work. Vulnerable also means that there's poverty issues, there's unemployment issues, there's issues of travel. There's a number of factors that the worker counts by the time they sit in a hearing room. We must adopt an approach that employs the type of commissioner that appreciates that environment. It does not mean you're becoming biased towards a worker because of those circumstances, but you do your best that the case of the worker under those circumstances is put properly before you so that you can make a fair decision. We are implementing that. There are cases where people falter. I do accept that. We have put in place where we deal with commissioners who don't do that because we've got systems in place. You've got a provincial senior commissioner, you've got a regional senior commissioner, you've got senior commissioners that do oversight on all matters that are called every day, so that we pick up on those things. But you'll always find people who know how to do things in a way that is not correct, and you deal with them because it's not a perfect system. I want to give an example what happened yesterday, Honorable Mukwele, so that I show you also that the fault sometimes, while acknowledging our liability as commissioners on where we fall short, but workers also do contribute to those problems in the manner in which they also conduct themselves before commissioners. Because if we're not telling that part of the story, we will not resolve the problem, because we need also to have some kind, that's why we have this, the Academy on Social Justice, to ensure that we continue the training and all of that, so that we understand this. This is what happened in the Western Cape. We got a complaint early in the morning yesterday that the worker who's unrepresented is being ill-treated. I get an email, even the provincial senior commissioner. So then we speak on the phone with the provincial immediately, because the hearing was running. The fact that you are sitting, you head office, it doesn't work. When there's an issue like that and in the hearings run, you immediately intervene on the spot. So the provincial senior commissioner then says, look, the matter is wrong, but this is what the worker is doing, which was a really seriously unbecoming conduct at that time, because screaming at everybody, fighting with the commissioner, and talking about use of biasness and all of those things. Of course, in the middle of that, there's ways to raise these things, and because the email has already been sent and I'm already running that. But the part I want to put forward is that while the worker was under cross-examination, when she was testifying, being questioned by the respondent, she stood up and walked away and abandoned the hearing. It's nothing relating to what the commissioner is doing. And of course, there might be reasons. But the important thing, it's important that we explain that, because that's very, very important. But we intervened. But in addition to that, Honorable Mukwele, because we must not take things at face value, that there's something that frustrates the worker to act in the manner that she's working. We have to develop enough investment in us to understand that sometimes somebody has lost their job, they've lost their work, their children are out of school, there's no medical aid, they have to walk to come to the hearing. When they burst out like that, it's not because of really merely disrespect, but it's because they're seeking justice. So what I then gave an instruction to the provincial scene when I said, she may have walked away. Technically speaking, the matter must continue if she walks out. But because we don't know what makes her act like that, you will set the matter down again. You will send a notice of set down again to her. The matter will not proceed. Then you call her back again to come to the hearing. We'll attend to whatever issue, even issue relating to our systems. And that's what we've done. And the matter is being set down. She will be invited back. We're not being overly technical legally, just to show Uguti, well, we've complied on our part. She left the hearing, so we're going. We don't adopt that approach. We must never adopt that approach while we're balancing the interests of the employer and the employee. But I'm just picking on that one incident. But there are other incidences where we are at fault and we stand in to correct that. I can give you a list of those, because what you've raised, Honorable Mukwele, it is indeed true that there are such circumstances, and we accept fully the challenge that you're placing on us to make more proactive and deal speedily with matters of that nature. And we do accept that, and we will act on that. On the question, I think it's more of a departmental question, but Ms. Moila will add on the credibility of the APP's annual performance plans. it's not just about the annual performance plans. It's about the 5-year plans. Remember, the process starts at the 5-year annual strategic plans. And then we've got a 5-year plan, a strategic plan. That is broken down into annual performance plans, which is what we're counting to about today. The first and the second quarter is based on the annual performance plan of the first quarter and the second quarter that is under review, right? But now, how do we get to that point? There are levels of submissions, not only to the ministry, but also to Parliament, on drafts of plans that we intend to make 5-year plans and annual performance plans. On approval of those targets, they get executed like we're doing now. Let me give an example, because we also brought the question of credibility and also the issue of value add and validation. When an APP has been performed in a particular quarter, the results don't come straight to Parliament. They get internally audited first against the plan targets, and evidence must be submitted to internal audits in order to make sure that what we claim we've done, we did. So it's an independent evaluation and validation, which answers the question of credibility. This is not just happening at the CCMA. This is the departmental response and process that is followed under the leadership of the executive authority, the minister and the deputy minister, on the validity and the credibility of the plans that we have and the performance that we claim. No result through the department, no result will come before Parliament if it's not validated by audits of the different entities, including the department. At the end of the financial year, as we are approaching now the financial year end, it's no longer just about the validation of internal audits. The independent Auditor General does an independent auditing of the results already audited by internal audit to check the validity and the credibility of what we've done. All entities of the department, including the department, gets audited and validated that way. Once that process is complete, there are specific sessions that comes to Parliament, delivered by the Auditor General, giving an assurance that the results that you see of performance of non-performance is correct. So it's not self-correct and self-approval. It's an audited, credible system that involves independent segments that validate the results of outcomes. Maybe what is missing from the question that is of great importance, it is the impact aspect of already validated performances. That while we have targets which are set, there are governmental outcomes that are achieved, which are contained also in the departmental approaches that we need to achieve. Have we managed to achieve those specific targets that achieve the specific outcomes that we've set ourselves? Because governmental performance is dependent on those APPs, is dependent on those 5-year strategies to ensure that there's delivery on services based on the plans per year, based on a 5-year plan, which is also validated by the Auditor General. Beyond the Auditor General, there is no other method of validation and credibility that is available. So from the departmental approach, including entities, that is an existing system of validation and credibility. And I think that's the best the answer I can give on the credibility, because it's a very sensitive question when it comes to the credibility and the validations of performances that we're talking about. But that's how we've been doing it since the beginning. That's how we were led by the minister and DGs and DDGs, and including heads of entities, in ensuring that the issue of credibility is not compromised. Because if credibility cracks, what we claim we have achieved and the impact it has will be non-existent and will be misleading. And that will be fraudulent. But thank you for that question. And that's the extent to which I think we can answer that. If Ms. Moila wants to add to that, she can do that. So that answers the question of credibility. That also answers the question of validation. On the targets met and strategies, I've already covered that. I can confirm that in the third quarter, at least the CCMA is concerned, that target that we missed is met. We are bringing 100%, so there's no issue of concern. We've sorted that aspect. Let me get to Honorable Nonzala's question. I think the first question has been answered on the specific causes of fruitless and irregular expenditure. I've covered that quite sufficiently. Let's get to the second very sensitive question of, put differently, Honorable Nontsela, I think your question is about the plans we have of responding to this important principle called digital divide. Put simply, a digital divide is that while we are entrenching a digital approach to increase accessibility, to up the quality of performance, in ensuring that we achieve what we want to achieve in pursuit of that constitutional principle and legislative obligation that I spoke about earlier, so that the ICT intervention in creating digital platforms is to enhance that. But it will be very short-sighted of us in introducing all these transformative, progressive processes of doing cases online, doing cases using digital forms, using online access, referrals, checking status of the cases, using all forms of platforms, which is what the CCMA is doing. And if the time allows later on in the next quarter, probably, we've received very interesting presentations from the different ICT departments of each entity of the department on the plans we have on how we are going to implement these transformative approaches of access using digital platforms. But it will be a mistake and short-sighted not to think that everybody has access to these methods, because they don't. That's why at the CCMA we've adopted a hybrid system. While we transform digital approaches and encouraging people to use digital platforms, our offices still allow walk-ins. We still allow at this stage physical forms. We still have physical hearings. And the strategy that we took that has been in place for a while is also using municipal offices, because you see, Umasipala has more access than we are. So that certain hearings that we hold, and it has been very successful, by the way, and especially in circumstances where we are not being charged, using the Office of the Department of Labor to do our hearings and doing certain forms of referrals, it increases the issues of accessibility. So, in simple terms, a hybrid system that is effective on the old system and the new digital systems is in place and is effective and is working. So no one is prejudiced or excluded by virtue of the introduction of these important systems. If I look at the plans at the compensation fund, at the UIF, that are being put in place, and in terms of the digitals, it's very promising, it looks very exciting, but we can never make mistake to think that everybody has access to that. Hence the principles of hybrid is the most effective one, and that we're using. So no one is prejudiced. Everybody enjoys that, those that have access to those platforms. So we're doing very well in that regard, and very, very well. In fact, when I looked at the report of our ICT head, Unkos, we were excited the other day when we saw that the number of people who are using our digital platforms is actually increasing at a very good pace and at a good rate, which means more accessibility. Many people have access to cell phones. So we're using those type of systems so that people can be able to check what the case is happening, can use the phone without having to drive and spending money to get to the offices or to spending money to making phone calls, so that you have it in your hand, because almost everybody has a cell phone. So we're doing very well in that. So there is accommodation. So we're making very good progress, Chairperson. The last one, Chairperson, Honorable Bagran. Are there delayed set downs? Yes, there are. Are the delays far exceeding what we're used to in the past? Yes, they do. Is this prejudicial to workers? Yes, it is. What are the causes for that? It's financial. There's no other cause. We have spent in the past few weeks trying to determine whether we have a backlog or not. And secondly, what systems do we have in place in order to try to expedite what we've got? Now, I know that it has reached a level where, in the old, when a matter is being postponed, parties can agree with the commissioner on a new date for the next setting. Now, provincially, it's difficult to do that, because now the commissioner has to check with case management whether there is resources to set the matter down on whatever agreed date by the parties. And what we are suffering now, that we are unable to do that as we used to do it, we can't. Otherwise, the financial report that you see, the variance is going to be a negative variance because we've overspent on our resources. So we're taking a very cautious approach in ensuring that while we have an obligation to render service and do service delivery, but we still do have other statutory obligations to meet, making sure that we don't overspend. Is that at the expense of workers? Yes, it is, because that's the way it is. There's no other way for us to do it. Such that we also have employed more work for full-timers to do more cases. The other aspect which is happening at the Labour Court, there is a pro bono office there. There are now current approaches from certain sectors of experienced lawyers and advocates and other acting judges who are offering to offer services for free. And the governing board of the system has the power to do so, of course, under certain specific controls that must be made, so that we can also find a way to go back to the old in terms of availability. But at this stage, resources are really and severely limiting us from achieving that. So that is the answer on the delayed set down. The next question is about the incoming director, whether there's been training, whether there's been any processes to make sure that there's smooth transition. Let me start at the tail end.
Without blocking the flow, but just try and summarize.
Be short. Okay.
I've deliberately
Okay,
left you to be
sure.
elaborate because these matters affect people on the ground.
It does, Chairperson.
Well.
Yes.
Yeah, so
It's the
but all
last
I'm
point.
saying
It's
is
the last point.
try and summarize. Honorable Mukwili, what
It's
is
the
the
last
point?
point.
No,
Advocate.
Chair, I think we are enjoying what the advocate is saying and responding to us.
I
Maybe
certainly do, Honorable Mukwili, even myself. That's why I'm saying I've left him deliberately, because the matters he's covering affect people on the ground.
is indeed giving us the negative and the positive part of his responsibility. So if we had time, we would allow him to speak until we close and not allow anyone to respond.
I know that will be your approach. Allow me to chair now and allow the advocate to continue.
I'm wrapping up.
To respond.
It's the last point. It's the last point, Chairperson. I really apologize. I know that you want us to account fully. That's why I adopt that approach to make sure, having the experience in the past, but I know time is also a factor. I apologize, Chair. Just on the incoming director, very short, Chairperson. Let me start at the tail end. We are absolutely on point in terms of smooth transition. Not only the way we've done it at the CCMA, actually, we want to create a template on how smooth transition from past and future leadership happens. Because it doesn't have to have violence, doesn't have to have where I'm done, cut off, resign, I'm gone. And then you have to scramble to find consistency, information and all of that. Because there's processes beyond departure, such as audits, annual reports, pending cases and things like that. Let me give an assurance to the Portfolio Committee. The controls are in place. In fact, the process started last year, if I'm not mistaken, in October. The board took a decision and said, this is an important entity that delivers to workers. We have been smooth for the past 10 years or more. That can't be disrupted because of change. Therefore, incoming director, you shall work together until the handover, until the end of March. And we have been doing that. Give you an example. Today in this session, we can also, Chairperson, with your permission, for him to show his video. Mpumelelo Ngqongqo is here and he's attending with me all meetings of Parliament, all meetings of the Minister, executive committee meetings, board meetings, committees of the board, ILO, meetings that we have on the side, sharing of information, debating issue, that no one will feel the change. Because how best the board has adopted the approach on how change of leadership must happen. So, and I can assure you, Chairperson, training is happening. Mentorship is happening. just to make sure that there's no gap in the leadership. In addition to that, even post-March, Chairperson, there will be continuous interactions and engagements because I will still be assisting CCMA in any manner that I'm expected to make sure that not a single aspect of the transition affects operations, affect our strategic drive and our delivery to our people. So I can give an undertaking that that process is smooth, and there are plans that are afoot where he will be introduced to the different stakeholders, and the stakeholders will also include the portfolio committee. So that part is perfectly covered on the background. Chairperson, that should wrap up my responses to all the questions. I don't think there's anything that my team needs to add, and they can add if they feel that they want to add. But I think that will cover it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate. I think very comprehensive response. Let me then check if Nedlac on the parts that you want to respond to. Nedlac?
Thank you, Chair. But I don't have a voice for radio like Advocate Morajan. I'm not going to take not even half of the time he's taking. In fact, let me invert his approach and invite colleagues.
Unless it's on my side, honorable members, this is the one that's
you can't hear me, Chair?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Am I better?
Better?
Chair, am I better? Okay,
yes, better.
Thank you. No, with your permission, Chair, let me ask two colleagues to answer specific questions. On non-achievement, one is on training. I'll ask Mwiponi Muleti, our head of corporate services, to talk on that, and the other one is on the PCC, and then I'll come back and deal with the others. Mwiponi?
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues from the department and other entities. Chair, I will be responding on the non-achievement of the training KPA and also indicate the measures that we have put in place just to give assurance to the committee that we are on track in terms of ensuring that the KPA is met by the end of the financial year. As indicated, some of the training that was not implemented in the second quarter was due to being deferred by some staff members, and in other cases, the deference was from the training providers, indicating numerous reasons. I can confirm to the committee that those that were deferred to the third quarter have been implemented, and we are also in the process of implementing the ones that were planned for the fourth quarter, the bulk of which is around 30%. Those are mainly study support requests where some of our staff members are pursuing different qualifications. The process has also been processed, and some of our colleagues have also started with their classes, with the bulk of them obviously starting only mid-Feb with their qualifications for the 2026 academic year. And Chair, I will leave it at that because this covers the issue around us putting in place measures over and above ensuring that we have amended together with SCM our terms of reference template to make sure that as and when SCM goes out for RFQs to source training providers that are accredited, they get succinct information that they need to respond to down to the level of the mode of delivery for different training that we are requesting for our staff members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mwiponi. Chair Timsani Ngumalo is Chief Operations Officer of the Presidential Climate Commission. Questions on the performance of the PCC where certain targets were not achieved. Timsani?
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much, ED. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members and colleagues in the call. Allow me to just jump straight to the question, which is around the municipal support program of the PCC that was not achieved and was subsequently removed from our APP and ultimately on our SP. Chair, this has been informed by, as the ED correctly indicated, our success, or at least our unsuccessful application of the donor application we had made to support this work. And there's a background to that. This is because we are largely funded, at least our program work is mainly donor funded, whilst government funding largely goes to salaries and other operational costs, which donors are not keen to fund. We therefore fund most of our programs through donor funds. Not that the donor funds control what we do, but we sort of link up on the basis of priorities, largely informed by PCC priorities. So in this case of the municipal support program, we were not successful with our application, which we had anticipated would be a success by the time of the start of this current financial year, which would have been Q1, at least in the May-June period of 2025. We also, Chair, eventually, as part of our coordinating mandate and convening mandate, learned that the success we had achieved in the first delivery of the municipal jet support program work was picked up by the JET-P or JET-PMU program in the presidency, which is a sister program, and they were looking at an additional set of municipalities. So that gave us comfort, Chair, that as much as we have set the template, there are institutions then, especially our sister program in the presidency, that's then taking up this program with resources towards implementation. We have also learned from one of our major funders or donor funders, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, at least their South African office, that they've also prepared a similar program that has a very strong focus on municipalities. So we will now, Chair, as part of our advisory mandate, continue to then serve and support on those two programs that are driven by the two individual institutions, which will continue to see the strategic benefit of what the PCC would have started in the previous financial year on the municipal jet support program. So, Chair, this is the background against that. Of course, this does not mean we don't continue to prioritize local government. We are, and we continue to do so in other programs. However, for the purposes of this specific program, we have opted to remove it from our APP, but also focus it strategically with other partners. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, you didn't, this question wasn't asked, but I thought Parliament may be interested in it, and I think Farhan, our CFO, can come back later about it. There's a very, I'm not going to say high possibility, it's now a definite that we are going to roll over a huge chunk of the National Dialogue funds to the next financial year, and I think maybe in a sentence or two he can talk about it later. But for now, let me just run through our other questions. Honorable Maicho asked about the withdrawal of organized business to the cost of living rapid response task team. I just want to reiterate what we say. It's almost a mitigation point in our report. At the time, organized business had said that they had capacity issues. So the cost of living rapid response task team had identified certain areas, should I say, goods, products that people use a lot. FMCG types, fuel, there was a third one. And as a result, Consumer Goods Council was one of those, the points of reference from the perspective of business. I think the retail sector in particular, the petroleum and fuel sector. And that when business was talking about its capacity constraint, it was largely on the side of the members of BUSA who are operating or captains of industry in the space of those consumer goods that were the subject of this task team. Subsequent to that, we engaged with the CEO of BUSA, we engaged with the overall convener of business, and I'm happy to report that business has since steadily been coming back to the task team. It's a task team that with its reconstitution, there's been a view expressed that it must be kept alive for quite some time because it talks to very specific issues that affect our people. Part of the work of the task team involves us getting regular reports from the Competition Commission on the situation with goods, with issues of anti-competitive behavior. So it's a task team that the social partners at Nedlac have felt it must be kept going for quite some time. It shouldn't be ended, as has always been the case. To the points that by Honorable Mokwele, I align myself with the points that Advocate Mahajani made with respect to the integrity and credibility of APPs. To underscore the point, I mean, there's a rigorous process for the preparation of the 5-year strategic plans, as well as the annual performance plans, which doesn't end with us at the source. For example, ours at Nedlac, in fact, with us, we even have added layers to try and guarantee its credibility. For example, our governance structures, management, committee, executive council, consider it. But similarly, the Department for Performance Monitoring and Evaluation considers it and tests it against alignment of the framework for performance monitoring and evaluation. The department, the National Treasury tests it for alignment with the budgeting requirements. So it's quite rigorous. The guarantee isn't just taking our weight. It also goes with its certification by structures outside of us, DPME, National Treasury, and of course the Department for Employment and Labor in our case. So, of course, something cannot be super 100%, but that's where we can say our integrity, our credibility tests derive from. Honorable Nonzele, I think the PCC, we have responded to the question on the PCC, we have responded to the President, to the question on the targets not met from our side. I want to, and I won't take long, Chair, but I want to just talk on the national dialogue, and that is why I'm asking Farhan to then come in on its financing. Honorable Bahrain, I'm not sure if it is possible for us to just take it over. But perhaps in a minute, let me indulge the portfolio committee and it indulges me back. There's about 4 structures, key structures to the national dialogue process. I'm not very competent on these IT things. I could just put up one slide that shows the structures that are there. There's the president as head of state who is convener of the national dialogue. In that capacity, but also in his capacity as president in cabinet, he has appointed an interministerial committee, which is chaired by the deputy president and includes several ministers, mostly service-facing ministers. That's the one structure. In that famous speech of his, of was it 10 June, he announced an eminent persons group, 32 prominent individuals in society who serve as some kind of a sounding board for him. They are in an advisory role to him. They are in a guarantor role to the national dialogue. Right at the center of the dialogue, of the diagram I'm describing, the third structure, and that is the National Dialogue Steering Committee. That is constituted by people elected and nominated by the various sectors. So that one is a representative structure. Everyone that sits in there has been nominated one way or another by a sector. There's 33 sectors plus 6 subsectors that are represented in that National Dialogue Steering Committee. The president made an announcement on the 18th of December of 99 members that constitute the National Dialogue Steering Committee. I know you might say that's a big group. It's bound to be unwieldy, and that is possible. But on the flip side, it is that big because when we went to the first national convention in August last year, we thought we would come out of there with the National Dialogue Steering Committee of 22 people because we had identified 22 sectors. But we were enlightened further. That's why we ended up with the 3 plus an extra 6 subsectors, and not all the sectors that have been identified have now got representatives in the National Dialogue Steering Committee. But there's a process to bring even more onto it. So we may be talking around 115, 120 members of the National Dialogue Steering Committee. Another thing that didn't go according to plan at the first national convention is the fact that we thought every sector was represented by one person, but it has been difficult. For example, you would say there's a sector called trade unions or organized labor, and it would be difficult. You bring all the trade union, all organized formations of labor together, difficult for them to identify one person to represent them. You try to do the same with organized business. Black Business Council says, but WISA doesn't represent us. And so it goes. You talk immigration, the diaspora sector says Tudula doesn't represent us. Tudula says we don't want anyone who is not South African. So we have had to make various compromises. That's why the structure became as big as it became. Now you make the point about whether Nedlac should take it. Okay, the fourth structure is the secretariat, which is housed at Nedlac. I think there's some method into why it ended up in that way, partly, and the biggest part is the point you are making on Nedlac is recognized internationally as the preeminent institution for social dialogue. When we interact with counterparts in the ILO, we always met with the admiration that South Africa is doing this thing right, of bringing civil society into what usually are tripartite engagements as affiliated to the ILO. So we think we play a crucial role in supporting the national dialogue. We don't necessarily think it will be a good idea for us as Nedlac, and I'm talking for the secretariat here, but the sense I'm getting from our social partners as well is that to the extent that it involves everyone beyond the constituencies at Nedlac, they are happy to lend the institutional support to it in such a way that there are no issues there. Now you make another point, and I've left the issue of the national dialogue there. The only thing I've not said about the national dialogue is the funding, which I'm asking Farhan to come and talk about. I just want to talk about you referred to the new legislation that will be coming to Parliament, and maybe the point you were making is with respect to who appoints the people that are there, and it's not really the presidency, and it's not even the Department of Employment and Labor. The new the new bill proposes several criteria for the different constituencies. Let me use the example of trade unions. It says that the federation must have been in existence for a continuous period of at least 2 years, must be compliant with Section 107 of the Labor Relations Act. A federation formed by merging previously registered federations can be admitted at any time if each of the merged federations was registered for more than 2 years. And then there's a point about having affiliates with at least 300,000 employees. With respect to business, there's a bit of a trick in there. There's a point about the tree in existence for 2 years. Federation of Employers, which is compliant with Section 107 of the Labor Relations Act, a non-profit company under the Companies Act of 2008, have paid up membership base of organizations that either represent employers of 1 million or more employees or make a GDP contribution of at least 10%. Now, with respect to community, the criteria calls for registered non-profit organization under the Non-Profit Organization Act 97 or a non-profit company under Companies Act 2008 to present a significant community interest on a national basis. Check that with respect to community, it veers away from a quantitative consideration. It talks about significant community interest, have a direct interest in reconstruction and development, and be constituted democratically. Now, once that act has been passed, that will be the criterion that we'll be looking at. And I'm sure you are familiar with the representation of government. Department of Employment and Labor will remain the overall convener of government at Nedlac, and the departments that are almost permanently invited to Nedlac will continue to be trade and industry with respect to the trade and industry chamber, will be public works with respect to the development chamber, will be employment and labor with respect to the labor market chamber, and will be treasury with respect to the public finance and monetary policy chamber. So that's what we anticipate they look to be after this bill would have been admitted. It's a bit of a tweaking of the current arrangements, but it will not mess up the transitional arrangements in such a way that they don't appear to be in the correct order. I don't know if Farhan, you want to come in about the finances and chairperson. I will be done when Farhan would have talked about the possible rollover. In fact, the almost certain rollover that's going to happen with respect to the national dialogue. Farhan?
Thanks, through you, Chairperson. Yes, so I think just to give a high-level summary of the funding of the dialogue and maybe the progress thus far. A big portion of the dialogue will be funded by government. There is an expectation as well that a significant portion also needs to be raised from the private sector, and that's part of the 26-27 planned budgeted processes. In terms of the current financial year, an allocation already, as I mentioned earlier, was made of 25.3 million. That has been transferred already to Nedlac. It's part of what Nedlac has used to disperse against any expenditure. There was an additional allocation made for the current financial year of 106 million, which takes us to a current year total of 132 million. That allocation was made by Treasury on the basis of the budget at a point in time, which was probably around mid-year of the financial year when the national dialogue was starting to gain traction. I think as mentioned also, I think by the executive director earlier, there has been delays in terms of various delays in the process. One of the key ones being the forming of the steering committee, which will be the sort of one of the main governing bodies of the dialogue process. So with all the delays that have been incurred, expenditure is not where it was initially budgeted for. There's been a lot of changes in terms of that, in terms of timelines, as well as changes in terms of the work plans, which also the committees are processing now that they've been appointed and the induction has just taken place. So there's I think as the executive director has mentioned, there's a guaranteed under expenditure or surplus of that we will have come the end of the financial year. What we will do is then communicate that to Treasury and request a rollover or retention of that surplus to fund the project in the next financial year. So in other words, there'll be a delay in terms of when the expenditure happens from the current year. It will move to the next financial year. We'll have to also consider that as part of our revised budgets as well, mid-year budget for the next financial year as well. That'll be part of what's part of the considerations as well. By then, we'll have a clearer picture as well in terms of the progress. So there is a substantial surplus that we will have come end of the financial year. I think probably the point the executive director was trying to make was maybe just to prepare a portfolio committee for that as it comes through to quarter 3 and quarter 4 reporting. In terms of the expenditure thus far, it was, I think, below 7 million at this point. And there is some planned activities between now and the end of March, but definitely it won't take us close to the initial budget forecasted. And as mentioned, that will then defer and roll over into the next financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nedlac. PSA.
Thank you so much, Chair, and to the members of the committee for your comments as well as the questions. It'll be myself and the CFO responding. So I'm going to start with the questions and then thereafter hand over to CFO. Honorable Mayor actually raised in his first question was related to the post-retirement medical aid, which our CFO will address. I'm going into the second question that relates to the BTNR contract and specifically about the short-term contract and where are we at the moment with contingency plans as well as progress of the BTNR contract itself. So as the committee is well aware that this is actually our second year within the contract, which is of a 3-year contract. So noting year 1, I know the CFO raised it before, but even this committee chairperson, you even raised it about the 8-month delay in the first year actually impacts us as well, with the rollover, which Honorable Mokoene actually raised about what's the plans with the rollovers. How does it affect us into the next year? And this is year 2. And we have a catch-up strategy which we have underway, but we now have to start with planning for the new contract because we only have 1 year left on the current contract. So we did engage previously on the current contract with the UI commissioner at that time, where it ended up being that no, they cannot extend it to a 5-year. Now, of course, with the new UIF acting commissioner, we also are starting engagement in April. There is a monthly steering committee where we've raised it as well with the chief director. And, we're trying to align the principle and the importance of the business turnaround recovery program, specifically, as an instrument for job retention or saving of jobs. We actually have a contract with the DTIC for 5 years, and that has been uninterrupted for us, and it actually helps us with the stability of this entity. Securing talent is one of the things, and right now, as it stands, we have contract workers where the contracts end next year in June, so they're going to be starting to even look for jobs. So this request for the 5-year funding agreement is motivated by the stability of the program. Also, of course, reducing administrative inefficiencies. You can see the budget wasn't fully spent because of the first year, and therefore, there's a rollover that is happening. But could we actually catch up officially? I would be able to say that by the end of this financial year. It'll help us with the planning. The current status, as I mentioned, we have started the drafting, but the official drafting is in April. We want, everything to follow the process where it's contractual as well as governance considerations. But ultimately, the contingency for us is that we are looking at other opportunities as well, but we are reliant on the UIF for this project because it is a UIF labor activation program, which is the Business Turnaround and Recovery Program. We do have partnerships with or co-funding models, where the other funders like Department of Economic Development within the provinces or the municipalities involved could actually help, with the co-funding of one initiative while we are waiting for the additional or the contract to be finalized. But that's not an ideal situation for us. But reality is we've had this lag factor. We will, of course, continue, whether it is a 5-year agreement or a 3-year agreement. We are committed, and it is part of our plan and even our annual performance plan, but also planning for Productivity SA, and it's part of our functions. So yes, the contingency there is, reality is we cannot even move with one intervention on a current contract if the contract is no longer valid. But worst case scenario is that the 3-year contract would be signed. So that's where we stand. And then Honorable Mokwele actually raised, and I think that Mr. Marupu from Nedlac actually also raised this or responded to this about credibility. I just want to also raise it as the entity head here and, representing, of course, one of DAL's entities, that integrity and credibility of any of our institutions. We have proper governance structures in place. We have internal audits that has to be done before we even submit to our subcommittees of the board. And the submissions are made to DPME as well as DAL. It is done on a quarterly basis that the report is received. And with program specific, and I'm using an example because she also spoke about the SMMEs themselves, and I'll explain what we do. But program specific, like the UIF funded program, they have a monitoring and evaluation team that actually goes and, pulls out samples of what the interventions were. Same thing with the DTIC projects that we run, but us as a government entity, we are responsible to be able to give this information, but it is verified. So we also have a verification process that occurs. But just to answer her question related to the 893 SMME supported, as well as Honorable Vakram that raised what exactly are we doing? Are we focusing on SMMEs for job creation? So what we do is SMME training, and we speak about small, medium, and micro enterprises as well. So for the small and micro enterprises, we do focus on entrepreneurial skills. We do capacity building, but coaching and mentorship as well. So it's not just, it's to complement maybe what CEDA does, but reality is about making those operational plans, for an entrepreneur to actually create the operational plans that are going to be practical to implement. It's not just about getting access to funding. It's actually saying now, how do we ensure that we grow this business even further? The financial management is also part of it, marketing, sales, etc. And for your small, more stable businesses, we then go into very specific measurement and management business processes. We look at the waste within the processes, looking at productivity and quality. The same aspects that we would even look within a medium and a larger business. We teach the principles of measuring and managing and always continuously improving, problem solving. And this is now also taking exactly the concept of entrepreneurial skills, because we want to be able to capacitate more individuals where they take the idea and they move forward, because there may not be a job market for them at this moment. So we do engage with other companies, especially your multinationals, where maybe there's opportunity for their workforce to even go into entrepreneurship, even they want to expand into supply development programs. And that's where we do actually play a role, but we don't do it on a big scale. And that's where there's an opportunity as well for us to expand. So we do have information that is submitted to Department of Labor on employment and labor on our quarterly performance, but also which provinces and where we actually provide the support. There's evaluations that are also done after the actual training, but then we try to keep some sort of contact with the SMMEs, because we want the entrepreneur to move into another program where we can support them as a business, whether it is becoming a registered business or in the informal sector, how they grow this business. So it's normally with the strategic partners within the municipality or within economic development or one of the other strategic partners. local partners themselves. They coordinate it with us. So even verification on that, we normally submit a report to them at the end of it. They are part of the training. They're actually part of the coaching. And one of the ways that we confirm everything that has happened is that we have case studies that we do at the end of it. It could be a group of SMMEs that we ended up supporting, and then we do the site visits. It's all incorporated into our reports. But also we have our big productivity awards event, which there's a category of small and micro enterprises where we actually showcase exactly what the interventions have been. So the information is available within our quarterly DAO reporting, provinces, number of enterprises, even names of enterprises that we actually support, or entrepreneurs that attended our trainings. Same thing with the job saved. She asked about the 6,088. That is for the 45 businesses that's currently on the Business Turnaround and Recovery Program. And again, in our report, both to the UIF as well as to Department of Employment and Labour, we have exactly the names of the companies as well as the provincial spread. So you would know exactly which province it is, as well as details about those businesses. How we go about saving these jobs, it's through our Business Turnaround and Recovery process, where we go in, we assess the business. They do have to be compliant for them to access, of course, the UIF funds, but we assess the business and then we identify how to turn this business around, and we put in interventions. It could be 3 interventions, it could be 4 interventions. It can be anything within the business, not just operational efficiency focused. It could be relooking at a business model, it could be marketing strategy, it could be financial management system. But we also assist smaller businesses that are compliant as well. They must be UIF compliant and tax compliant. So that is a requirement by the UIF, but it is verified, as mentioned earlier, through the M&E committee. So monitoring and evaluation, there is a team from the UIF that actually does the M&E as well. Okay, I think I've answered that one. And then, just to go on from Honorable Bakram, he said about the focus of SMMEs. As Productivity SA, we've shifted from 2020, during COVID time, to ensure that we are, providing support to both formal and informal. But SMMEs are actually our focus areas. And the way we like to bring on board big business is through the enterprise development initiatives. So if they can fund some of the initiatives and support the businesses, like when we have with big business, where they can become suppliers on their databases, but only once they have been capacitated, giving them access to finance even for machinery. I mean, it could be somebody that's just doing workwear. It helps them by saying, okay, big business will allow this, but then you have to be mentored and coached, throughout the process as well. So there is a better way, to use the finances. Of course, this is what we've been focusing on. And you can see with the little that is allocated for SMME support, we try to leverage off our strategic partners. We try to combine, we use the ecosystem within South Africa to ensure that this goes that much further. I don't believe in interventions in isolation. You rather actually combine, because let's use an example. With the leather industry, we had these crafters, they do little projects, but for export. So they might take the scrap or the waste from other big businesses like shoe manufacturers, and then they make like key rings, or they make different types of crafts, wallets and so forth. So what next for them? How do we stretch the resources? So while we actually teaching them principles of improvement and looking at basics within a business as well, and even looking at how they actually run a business. At the same time, we also partner then with an entity, normally state entities that are also looking at export promotion, and then they start training them or teaching them how to actually get into the export market. They'll provide opportunities, and then this is where I know you raised my bookkeeping skills. Address some of it. It's also that purchasing power. We actually had a sugarcane project for here in KZN, and there we had small scale growers together, with the land reform, so that they could learn from each other. But the idea was to get them to then come together as cooperatives so that they have better buying power. So all of that is done, but then due to the fact that, I mean, we get a 64 million rand funding. I mean, we're one of the smallest entities of Department of Labor, Employment and Labor. Therefore, we are very reliant also on additional funding from other entities or local government to help support these businesses. You did raise about the competitiveness of South Africa or the productivity level of South Africa. Reality is we are very low. We are actually sitting at 64 out of 69 countries. We publish, or we help the IMD to publish these ratings, and it really shows a decline. There are various areas that we have looked at, and I think some of you might have been invited, or the committee might have been invited for when we launch it, but it looks at many aspects within the country. Reality is, business efficiency is low, productivity is low, entrepreneurship is low. There's very poor infrastructure and education. But South Africa ranked like 4th, I think, globally for cost of living, and 2nd for prioritization of education. I'm just looking at some of my stats, and 6th when it comes to access to financial services. So there are many things that would work, but I do, one thing that we are actually approaching is, as I said to you, the ecosystem. And we've had, the CCMA spoke about it, and as well as Nedlac. We are partners at the end of the day so that we can give better holistic support. There's no point in Productivity SA working in isolation to build entrepreneurship and improve productivity, when productivity actually applies to all sectors in all areas within all businesses themselves. I'm going to leave the one question that Honorable Nansela actually raised about I think the financial report, as well as the vacancies that will go to our CFO, but I will address his other 2 questions about the current funding model itself, and how do we actually, ensure that there's reach, across provinces. So, equitable reach of the provinces is now being built into both, the funding model that we have, which is partly funded, external funding by strategic partners, as well as additional that comes from the appropriation itself. So we are designing a delivery mechanism, but the entity, when it became an entity of Department of Labor, the core of our operations, the evaluation of that was not, of course, done. So it was just those that were in administration that's covered by the appropriation grant. We have only 3 main offices, but then we use the strategic projects like the Business Turnaround and Recovery Program, which is funded by UIF, to be able to increase the reach as a whole. And the same thing with the DTIC funded program. But again, I'm going to state this, that these are contracts. These are funding contracts for a 3-year or 5-year period. So it doesn't actually address the aspect of the challenges that we experience, that we could do more with what we have. I mean, if we actually can expand as well. So yes, there are constraints on the coverage of provinces, but again, we use, or we link it to the district development model. So we're trying to capacitate more champions through, local municipalities as well, to be able to take the message out further, and also provide us the opportunities. I'll use the example of Lidet. Lidet actually partners with us, so Limpopo Economic Development. We have a long-term relationship with them, and they give us access to the SMMEs, and then they continue as well some support, because they've been trained as champions in this model as well. We also, of course, have a hybrid model. We're trying to expand, on the digital reach, where SMMEs can access some of our material by their phones, and, like the videos and the coaching that can be done. But again, that is budget constrained. It's not an excuse, but it just says that how do we prioritize? And right now, we're trying to just stabilize the entity, but also utilize the resources in the right way, and get us to a point that, we are utilizing the funds as well as the people to be able to make an impact according to the contracts itself. So be able to deliver according to the contracts that we have currently. So the review of our funding model is underway. We're reducing dependency on just short-term project funding. We want to move towards longer-term projects itself, but also a portion of it is government funds, but the rest of it is actually through our strategic partners and our other projects. So our model is such that, or even the entity itself, is based on the fact that we can revenue generate. Reality is we can't retain any funds, but we will move towards a break even. The idea is to expand on the number of SMME supported, the number of jobs that we're saving, the number of jobs that we are creating, and creating this enabling environment for decent work. And then just the last one for myself before I hand over to the CFO is about the filling of the CEO position. Of course, it is the responsibility of the board. I wouldn't want to state exactly about or preempt the formal process, but from where we were previously, the DG has confirmed in December that, so the new board came into effect in October, they did induction in November. In December, the DG has indicated that she will be supporting on, the governance and the process that needs to happen as well. So there is leadership continuity, of course, as well. I'm well aware. I have been in an acting capacity for now, just to ensure the continuity and that strategic and operational decisions, continue according to the plans that we have, which is the business turnaround and recovery, business turnaround and financial sustainability program, or the strategy. So yes, the process is moving forward. Previously, and this is just for me to indicate, it took 6 months before they got to a point of appointment. So the recruitment does need to follow, and there's clear milestones that are being agreed to with the actual DG's office, but it is run through DAL's HR office itself. It's not through Productivity SA. So with those few responses, I'm going to hand over to Josias just to answer the last two. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Acting CEO. With your permission, Chair, if I can just quickly also respond to the two remaining questions. The first question is the post-return medical aid matter. And of course, this is the matter that Productivity SA has lost with costs in the cause, because it is putting a serious financial strains on the finances of the entity. At the current moment, we are spending over 5.3 million just on the post-return medical aid alone. So, but we are now on a mediation process with the pensioners to try and settle this matter with them. And at this current moment in time, we are just waiting for the legal representation to confirm the date when the mediation is going to proceed. We have as an entity prepared the settlement that we intend to table for the pensioners. And of course, we hope and we wish that the settlement offer that we are going to put on the table will be appealing for the pensioners to be in a position to accept. Because if they accept the settlement, then we know for sure this obligation then will be taken off from our books, and it will also create a relief, a serious financial relief for us as an entity. Because as things stand, 5 million rands is a significant amount of money considering the budget that we have as an entity. And I think Acting CEO has just indicated that we are only receiving 64 million per annum in the form of parliamentary grant. And you can imagine if you were to, on a yearly basis, have to take off 5 million rands from that in terms of the dent that it causes from them. So there is, of course, at this point in time, an amount of money that we have put separately, more especially from the surplus that the National Treasury has approved from 2024-2025 financial year for us to retain. And that is an amount of money that we have earmarked to be in a position to settle this post-return medical aid. So we'll be going into the mediation, as I've indicated, and we are hoping that we'll be in a position to close this matter off. And of course, if it happens that we are not in a position to reach any positive agreement that is within what we can afford, then possibly we might have to look into a staggered approach in terms of settling this matter in a year or two or in an extended period as well. But as far as the PRMA matter, that's where we are sitting as an entity. So there was also a question relating to the vacancies and the savings in terms of the budget attached to that. So, and of course, I think it's also important to indicate that as an entity, we are not 100% funded from the parliamentary grant. We need to fundraise to be in a position to supplement the parliamentary grant that we get. And based on that, we are not always in a position to fill vacancies as and when they become available. we have an approach of only filling the critical position after the necessary processes of evaluating the criticalness of the position before it can be filled, and also based on the affordability, and also based on our ability to raise the much needed revenue to be in a position to fund those positions as well. As it stands now, I think we have also indicated the need to catch up in terms of the project implementation and also raise the much needed revenue from the BTNR and the CIS. So that shortfall as well that we have, then it also to some extent puts a limitation in terms of how far we can also go in filling some of the position. But of course, the critical positions so far have been filled. But it is also important for us to fast track the project implementation. As and when we fast track this project implementation, then it increases the spending also in line with what we've budgeted to spend. And because the revenue recognition is also based on the project implementation, so the stage of implementation of these projects will also depend how far we go in terms of recognizing the revenue on those projects. But of course, like I've indicated, we don't always fill positions, and when they become vacant, only critical positions are being filled, and only depending on the affordability as an entity, because we want to make sure that we live within our means and that we don't find ourselves having to have a deficit that is continually ballooning. Because as things stand, if you look at our stadium financial performance, we're currently sitting in a deficit of around 980,000, and we are going to catch up and make sure that we're at least in a position to break even. And for us to break even, then it means we have to contain the spending and accelerate the revenue generation mechanisms that we have in place. Chair, I think this answers the two questions that I was supposed to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Milwa, you said you'll just come at the end and hand over.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the team did a sterling job. The responses were quite comprehensive, and also the one response that I thought I would come in and respond to regarding the integrity of our information and the processes that are involved in the whole APP and planning value add. I'm satisfied, Chair, that the responses were quite comprehensive. I don't have anything to add. I'm happy to hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milwa. Thanks to the team on the presentations that have been made. And I take it that honorable members, you would have received the responses quite well. Of course, with time, we may not get to every aspect of it to satisfy each question from the member, but I think at a global level, we have got adequate responses. I think the point to make really in concluding on this point is that what comes out clearly is an appreciation that work is being done in the three entities. Of course, we all know that there's also an issue of where each complements the other, because the turnaround strategies would also talk to saving jobs as you save the company from a point of productivity, as an example, whilst the applications will end up landing with the CCMA in this regard. And of course, they would also be looking at what jobs or how many jobs are saved. I think emanating from that, what's clear from members in that appreciation is that we really need that detail to help us in terms of the constituency work we do, that we know the companies that have been assisted, the jobs, but also the geography in terms of the areas that are affected. Whilst we know that a company may be located in Gauteng, but it may attract people from the other provinces that we know. But at least that location has also got other implications other than just also the jobs. It's a contribution in the municipal environment from a point of rates, taxes, and services that they consume. Of course, from looking at it socially, the families that are behind each one of those jobs that are saved. Of course, maybe just to extrapolate the point from a point of oversight, is that we as the committee who have been emphasizing on this point, that creating more new jobs without saving the existing jobs undermines the efforts of government in trying to ensure that the unemployment question is addressed. So as we look at this in the main, it's also to say at least the oversight has been effective. There are responses in that regard, and we should be able to share that. When it comes to the filling of vacancies, I think one understands the point made in particular by PSA that you would look at also affordability and so on. But we want to leave you with the point that as we look at vacancies, yes, we look at that aspect because you need to ensure that you are not reckless in spending in care costs that you cannot sustain in the future. But we should understand the filling of vacancies in the main from a point of sustaining the services, but as well as ensuring that the governance stability is maintained so that as entities get out of that is before by GSA and so on, that we cannot get to that point because we lack the necessary skills to do that work in that way. We'll, of course, press on the department, Ms. Milo, because it said that it is the HR from the department that handles, in particular, the process working with the board in the PSA to ensure that the leader, being a CEO, is indeed appointed, that we fast track that part. And as I said in my opening remarks, this includes the part about the department itself with the timelines we've given as it regards to the Director General appointment. So I want us to take it in that way, that we're pressing on these vacancies in the main, not just about finances and so on, but sustaining the services as well as governance stability in the institutions. I think there's an important point, honorable members, that has been raised by Advocate Cameron when he presented what I called transition management. Quite an important aspect that you already have gone through processes of appointments for a new director that will come in, or commissioner that will come in, but there is a way of transferring so that at the time of formal takeover of office, the person would be able to hit the ground running from that informed position. In fact, learning from other entities, I think that's something honorable members should applaud and make others to learn from. But more importantly, as I said, I have left CCMA on the basis of what deal with affects ordinary employees, especially those that are not even organized in terms of labor. And we have given them that space. It may be that it's something we should consider what is usually called the exit interview as the committee, not because you have to account for anything, but just to say, having been in the space, having been responsible for an entity that has not only kept clean audits in consecutive years, but also from a point of performance has been able to show as possible what lessons could be learned, but also as people are doing legislation. Sometimes when you are coming before us to account, you may be limited in terms of how to advise going forward. But as you detach a bit from being personally involved in the space, it also brings in that objectivity on what else needs to be done, even from the point of legislatures, to make sure that indeed the workers continue to be protected in the economy itself, especially at the time of departure when there's also the global pressure on decisions that had made and to affect us on the ground. So I just thought, honorable members, I should put this point, of course, without canvassing it, that it may be something we look at so that we interact and we can learn on how to handle even others that are in transition as we speak. And I usually make this example that when somebody throws the bait in the wilderness, the problem is that you may look for it for 5 years because it's dark until the light comes, and at that time the term has come to an end. But if you manage transition better, then the institutions are able to move forward. So I'm putting before you, honorable members, that we may want to consider that in our programming. Maybe the last point being that I think the message we must also take is that we have tried to categorize the entities in terms of the interventions made thus far and others getting out of the troubles. That ours there is to make sure we sustain by making sure that there are systems, procedures, people that manage them properly so that the institutions remain resilient even beyond the departure of those that may have led, because they would have left that. So these entities must be understood in that score. And it therefore gives us more space to look at those that are still in the journey of getting out of the challenges, and that we can spend more time on them. And of course, using those that have been able to get out as a way of benchmarking that this is possible if you share the experiences, especially when you are in the same portfolio. So this is how, honorable members, I would want us to conclude on the presentations that have been made. Of course, thanking the department and the entities for the presentations, but more importantly, for all the attempts made to be quite elaborate in responding to the questions that members would have asked on behalf of constituencies they represent. And I'm sure the people at home who are following deliberations of the committee would have also gained a lot out of the question and the responses that have been given. So that concludes this point. Of course, we would be getting to the quick items of the portfolio committee, which is minutes and adopting our program at the end. I will therefore not hold anyone on the call if you are to leave because you are not members of the committee, because I also don't want to be on record that you were kept here and then you did not deliver because you thought it will be disrespectful to leave the platform whilst the committee continues. We will still hold you accountable for implementation, even if you stay on the platform. So you are free to leave to attend to those matters that need to be attended to, but still free to be on the platform as Parliament work is also open to the public. So that closes this part as we get the allowing us to leave. Really, thank you for coming before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Menyesa Kasha, we are on the next item. Committee support, can we get to the next item, please? Or am I kicked out by the platform?
No, you're
Because
still there,
there's no
Chair.
response. I want us to maximize time. We now have got honorable members, the minutes that we must deal with. I thought you were sharing. So you have got the minutes of the 3rd of December, which was, as I said in my opening remarks, that today's meeting was a continuation. And we have received the presentation from the department and SCE. So this was the meeting that dealt with that, and of course, minutes of the meeting. So we can scroll as we do so to look at whether you were present and captured as such, or you were absent and you are captured as present, so that we correct that. It will help us as we deal with adoption later on. Yeah, push a bit. So on page 3 now, on the briefing. Yeah, move. So on page 5, the closing. Having not raised corrections and any concerns, may I then get a mover and seconder for adoption of the minutes of the 3rd of December? Can I get a mover and seconder? Honorable Maecho, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Honorable Maecho moves. Honorable Mukwili. Honorable Mukwili, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I second the mover.
The minutes are seconded. Can I get, if there's an objection in us adopting the minutes as true reflection of discussions on the 3rd December? No. So the minutes are duly adopted then as a true reflection. Can we then get to the next item? Honorable Mukwili?
Chair, sorry, man, if I'm disturbing you.
Yes.
I just want to check what does the rules are saying in terms of members that are not either attending or sending the apologies. You know, there is this member of the FF Plus who's forever absent. I don't know whether maybe when I'm not there, he or she's present, but most of the time I when I'm present in the committee, she's always absent. So I don't know what needs to happen, Chair, about that.
All right, Honorable Mukwili, I know that sometimes there would be apologies that get to be presented, but I thought maybe we can get the committee support. Firstly, just to emphasize on the status, I'm doing that because there are many changes that get to be made on who she really represents, because it's not really just FF plus, if I'm not mistaken. But Mr. Sakasa, we can come back to that point. But all I know is that there must be apologies for people who are supposed to attend. But of course, others represent a group that gets to be changed from time to time. But like I said, Mr. Sagasa may deal with this later on when it's ready. Honorable Maitso, I take it that it was just an error, because I see the hand is down again. Okay.
No, Chair. I wanted to agree with Honorable Mokwele in relation to the not necessarily only non-attendance, but what we call never setting foot of in the meeting or even apologies. Because when you say non-attendance, we can simply say they came and then they forever submit apologies, even apologies. But I then became covered when you said that the support team, the committee support, will then be able to further advise us on the matter at hand. But just to put emphasis in support of what Honorable Mogwili has raised. Thank you.
No, thank you then, Honorable Maitso. Like I said, maybe the first is to clarify status and whether indeed those that get to be received are received. Mr. Sagasa, are you in a position to talk to this, or do you want to come on it later?
Chair, if I may quickly, although I will make further consultation, Chair, but as far as my understanding is that the FF Plus is an alternate party, meaning that between the two parties, which is Patriotic Alliance and the ATM, if one of those two members of those parties are not able to attend, then they can approach the FF Plus to attend on their behalf. It's not a full-time party in the committee, but it's an alternate party. As much as some parties have got alternate members, we also have an alternate party, which can be there only if one of the smaller parties are not there. But I can make further consultation on that matter, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Sagasa. As I said, honorable members, I wanted first the status clarified, if there are changes on that, and that now has been clarified if there are any changes. I'm not doing this only because of the member concerned to check status first, but I also know that sometimes you get a sense that there are changes. I'm back in the committee until it is put in terms of our NA table. It gets to be difficult to make pronouncement if there's a change or not. So now with that clarity, I'm sure members would agree that there's also been consistency from the Patriotic Alliance as well as the ATM in attending the meetings, including forwarding apologies if one would join late or leave earlier in that score. Can we settle it at such, honorable members, so that we get to the next item on our program? Can we have the program shared? Yeah, just make sure that members can see properly, even though it has been circulated. Yes, so on the 28th, as members would see, we've dealt with the items that talk to the 28th, so we'll be taken through quickly on the other items. But I would want that the part about the oversight, that the team clarify, because we may not have a discussion from the meeting after this one. It will just be straight to that part of the oversight. So at least if you can speak to that in detail as you move the scroll a bit, just keep in mind that there's a need to emphasize on the logistical readiness for the oversight, right? Comment support, I hope you can hear so that you present quickly on the program. I was just
I can hear, Chair, but there's a problem that I have. It's glitching I can't scroll. Perhaps let me just get somebody else I'm gonna stop sharing and ask somebody else, Tebuho or Portia, because it's glitching on my side. It's giving that round thing that then I cannot move. But I will talk on it, Chair, but I just need somebody to share it.
Yes, but talk to it in the meantime, because members would have received this in particular.
Okay, Chair.
As on the oversight, yeah.
On the oversight, Chair, I can say that the application on the political level was submitted to the Office of the House Chair and the Office of the Chief Whip, and it was approved to leave on the Sunday, 1st of February. But then changes were made because we discovered that we cannot do the daybreak farm on Monday, the 2nd of February. Therefore, now a new memo was resubmitted to the Office of the House Chair to say that we can now start the oversight on Tuesday, the 3rd. Therefore, leaving on the Monday instead of leaving the Sunday, because Monday will not be the actual start of the oversight. It's only for traveling. So at this moment, then we're waiting for that memo. It has been approved by the House Chair. It's at the Chief Whip's office now to be signed off. Otherwise, in principle, the oversight has been approved, Chair. It is an oversight visit to KwaZulu-Natal, specifically on the Amajuba district, which is near Newcastle. There will be a program. There will be a program that will be circulated as soon as everything is finalized, Chair. But basically, on the Tuesday, the 3rd, we'll start by spending the most of the time at the Labour Center in Newcastle, so that we deal with all the issues around that Labour Center. And then we start the site visits on the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at farms, a couple of farms which will also be finalized on the program, as well as manufacturing and retail industries or sectors, Chair. That is basically the oversight on the 3rd to the 6th of February, Chair. I don't know if I can move now to the next part or some questions on the oversight, Chair.
No, you can just move. We'll then come back to check members' comments.
Okay, therefore, the following week after the oversight, it will be the week of the State of the Nation address, which means there won't be any committee meeting on that week, as members will be preparing for the SONA. Then we followed by the 18th of February, as you will see, we have seen on the program, the briefing on the labor first and second report of entities on the compensation fund and the UIF, which is will be finalizing this first and second quarter with the last two entities. Then on the 25th of February, it will be analysis of the SONA. We are going to request or invite Professor Borat from UCD on the labor sector economist to give an analysis of that state of the nation, as well as the department's own analysis, 25 February. Then following that week, or at the end of that week, we are supposed to be embarking on the study tour, of which we are still awaiting approval politically from the House Chair and the Chief Whip. At the moment, we were told that the House Chair is out of the countries in China, so we haven't yet received any of the political approval. Although the financial is also going rounds, it's going to the various offices, but it will still be pending the political approval chair. That is the week of the 27th February up until the 8th of March. Then in March, the 11th, we'll be doing the workshop on the request by the arts and culture, industries and other stakeholders to discuss proposed labor law amendments in that specific field. And on the 18th of March, we will have the registrar, a long standing item on the agenda where the committee wanted the labor relations registrar as well as the administrator to come and report to the committee. And we will also have a progress with implementation of AG, outcomes. Then on the 25th of March, it will be the progress report on UIF payments, the unbundling, and the adoption of both reports, the KZN oversight, as well as the first and second quarterly performance report. And our final meeting for the term will be on the 1st of April, and it will be progress on the implementation of LAP, and also then we start with the third quarter performance of the department. Thank you, Chair. I will just end there for now.
Thank you. May I then check honorable members' comments on the program first before we can look at any adoption of the program. Now that the matters would have been clarified, including the logistical arrangements for the oversight. So I'm now inviting you, honorable members, those who want to speak on the program. I see Honorable Mukwele wants to be clarified. Honorable Mukwele.
No, thanks. Thank you, Chair. I think all is well on my side. I just want to emphasize the issue of logistical arrangement for both oversight. Like for instance, the oversight for KZN. Some of us where we are residing, it's impossible for us to take a flight to fly to Newcastle. I think most of us, we can't be flying to Durban and then driving back to Newcastle. And so we need to understand as to whether we should use our own vehicles or what is the arrangement pending the approval, because for my understanding, I think it's at the last lap of being approved. So if we can be briefed on those aspects so that when we do our final preparations in terms of traveling, we know what needs to happen. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwele. I think it's a direct one from those that are dealing with logistics to deal with this aspect. I think you've come out very clear that flights may look easy, but you seem to be driving back again. So, and I'm sure they are aware of that, and there should be a plan. So I'm not sure, Mr. Sakasa, or is it Ms. Davini who
Thank you,
responds.
Chair. I will respond, Chair, quickly, as it is, as you say, a direct question, as a simple one. Chair, the arrangement as far as Portia is doing with the financial is that members that are will be flying. They will be contacted by Portia. Those that will be flying from their various home destinations to Gauteng. Everybody will meet at Gauteng because it is logistically it is easier to drive from Gauteng to Newcastle than to fly to Durban and drive from Durban to Newcastle in terms of the roads and also the distances. So everybody will meet in Gauteng. That's where the ground transport will take everyone. So members, Portia will also contact members who will need to drive. For instance, I'm just going to make an example, Honorable Nkwele, from where she is at Northwest to Gauteng, and then the mileage will be calculated for them to do that. But everybody will converge in Gauteng on the Monday and drive and sleep over in Newcastle the same evening of the 2nd of February, Chair. The same will happen when we come back. We will drive back to Joburg, not fly to Durban. Thank you, Chair, if that is clear enough.
Any further questions from members? I think then the matters are clarified, and in any way, there will also be this direct call to members and look at the different circumstances. Honorable Mukweli, I see your hand.
Yeah, no, Chair, I don't know, maybe I did not see. I don't see the briefing of SEE, or do we have it this quarter? Maybe I overlooked, but according to the program, I don't see it. I only see the remaining of UIF and
Yes, Honorable Mukweli, remember that SEE presented together with the department on the 3rd of December, but we could not take the other entities at that time.
oh, okay, all right.
Yes.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks.
Honorable Zungola, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I got disconnected a bit. Firstly, compliments to the colleagues, the staff, and everyone on the platform. I just need to ask, are we now dealing with the program? Because I wanted to make comments there.
Yes, we are dealing with the program, Honorable Zungula. Just that there were clarities that were being asked so that they are responded to before we can move to the...
Okay, thank you, Chair. My few submissions are as follows, Chair. I would like to make a submission that on the program, can we invite or deal with the, could say, e-hailing sector, whether it is Uber, Checkers 60, and all of these, I could say, e-hailing or digital companies. I picked up, Chair, that perhaps the department does not have mechanisms to oversee that particular sector when it comes to the compliance to the labor laws. And that sector has been running amok in our country, not complying to our laws. You'll recall that last year, I think it was the CEO of Checkers 60 said less than 30% of their staff is South African, and it is due to the low motorcycle culture of South Africans, which is something that is really not true. So if we could have an engagement with them so that we understand, or in fact, they must come to the committee to account in terms of how they are performing in the sector and how they are doing things. So like it is done, Chair, sometimes we go on oversight, we go to farms, we go to, some of the areas in the hospitality sector. I think the e-hailing sector is one of the sectors that need our immediate attention. The other sector, it is I could say the TV and film industry. it is also problematic in the sense that they seem not to be operating within the labor laws of our country. And because the department, either arts and culture or labor, has not really been, overseeing what is happening in that sector, it places the producers, the crew, at a risk of being exploited, particularly because there's not even valid contracts for some of the work that is done. So for this program, I wanted to make submissions that if we could have engagements with those two sectors in particular, to ensure that we drive them to account and comply with the respective labor laws so that we deal with the exploitation, because they are exploiting people primarily because I think they've never been held accountable. They've never been called to account that they need to really account as to what is the state of the sector or their different companies, and also what are they doing wrong when it comes to our respective labor laws. Those are the submissions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zungula. May I just check if there's any other member who want to make a contribution now, so that when I respond at once, and then get back to the mover and adoption. Any other member that I may be leaving behind? Okay, if not, so I think Honorable Zungula would accept that you, of course, there was an apology that you firstly joined later because there were such comments before, as with regard to the arts side, the film industry, and so on, and of course some interventions that are being made in that regard. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing that relates to that, you would remember that we dealt with this part previously and we could not have it in the program. But at this point, which is taking the approach we agreed upon, that we first workshop it so that you also bring all other role players on board, which then helps you to be able to take up the points that may need decision making in this regard. And for that reason, in the program, there is also that workshop as it relates to that part of the industry. The second industry that you are raising, like you are saying, there may be issues that it is not within what the labor is looking at, the employment and labor, but it doesn't mean we should not engage that point. I think we should take the point from a point that some background work would need to be done. And as we usually do, take this program as a living document, which then, where we need to make adjustments based on information we have, we are able to engage. Because the point, it's really not just to have people appearing before the committee, but we should have also done at least some work so that we also understand even other stakeholders that may need to come on board in a way that helps the committee to make up its mind on how we can come into that space. So I'm just saying one is already accommodated. Like you said, you also had maybe connection issues. Where's that, Mr. Sagasa? If you can scroll just a bit on the one that talks to labor laws and the arts and culture space. So the workshop approach, I'm sure you would understand, and it's informed by the discussions we've had, that sometimes if you limit it only to employment and labor being a portfolio item for discussion, you may lose the value that could be added by all others that get to be in this point. And I think we did the same with regard to the youth employment and so on. We tried to bring other stakeholders on board in that workshop, and that was quite helpful. And we now know which areas to follow from a programming point of view. I hope this assists Honorable Zungula in that we are taking it forward in that way.
Yes, Chair, am covered, particularly on the other one when you are saying that perhaps research must be done so that when they appear before the committee, all of the stakeholders have been given an opportunity and there's understanding on our side.
Thanks, Honorable Zungula. I think with those honorable members, the points, of course, I do know the study tour part has not been approved yet, but we still need to make the submission because it is not just about going out, but more important is that we're also pressed with timelines that next year we would be getting this point of the repositioning of the two entities, the UIF and the compensation fund. And we need to influence the process also from an informed position, having done benchmarking elsewhere. And Brazil, as you know, would have been an area to look at, not just because it's one of the BRICS countries, but over and above that, the conditions may not be that far, but they have been also seen to be doing well on the social protection side of things. And this should then help us to customize what we think are the lessons to what South Africa could still have. And this would then look at sustainability of the UIF that is now intervening even in the economy side. So I'm just raising this point so that even if we look at it from a time point of view, but this application has been in the processing for some time. So I just thought I should emphasize this this part that we still proceed to present on it. Can I then get a mover and seconder for the program of the committee? Honorable Mukwili.
Thanks, Chair. I move for the adoption of this program.
There's a mover. Can I get a seconder, honorable members?
Nontsele.
Honorable Nontsele.
Seconds, Chair.
Okay, so Honorable Nontsele seconds. Any objection in us adopting this as our program, of course, being a living document? No objection, so the program is then agreed to. The committee support, I take this would have been the last item for the day.
Yes, correct, Chair. That was the last item on the agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Honorable members, let me take the opportunity to thank you once more for ensuring that we are able to discharge our work as we start this year. And surely from the program, the endeavor is to really make sure that we do not just have a program, but it impacts positively on the lived reality of our people as we do our oversight. Of course, all other matters that still need to be followed up by administration with regard to the oversight that would still be done. And therefore this meeting stays adjourned until we are meeting in the oversight, because the following week too will be the State of the Nation address, so we may not meet as the committee, but meet as members. Thank you, honorable members. Meeting adjourned.